Warrior Lore. Chapter 24:33. The shadow of an ancient cauldron enveloped a valley. On top of the illusory ancient cauldron, streams of primordial chaos chi descended. An extreme aura flowed out. The mountain river cauldron suppressed the valley. The shadow appeared in the sky above the valley. The powerful pressure coming from the outside world was completely blocked outside. This valley. It was the safest place in the entire demonic land. There was no power that could destroy this valley. At this moment, Gu Fei activated the power of the mountain river cauldron. He cast the mystic light photography technique. He projected the scene near the setting sun demon lair into the sky above the valley. Everything that happened near the setting sun demon lair appeared in the sky above the valley. At this moment, in front of the setting sun demon lair, the middle-aged man transformed from the violet gold divine sword, and the remnant soul of the setting sun demon ancestor began to fight. Powerful extreme power erupted. The entire demonic land was shaking. If it wasn't for the fact that this place had once nurtured the strongest demon ancestor, it was protected by the most primitive demonic Tao power in the world. It had long since been unable to withstand this kind of extreme power. It was directly destroyed by the vast and mighty extreme power. Even so, sinister cracks still appeared on the demonic land. Wisps of demonic chi seeped out from these cracks. Buzz. The middle-aged man's body emitted the sound of a sword. Rays of purple sword light rushed out. They turned into incomparably sharp sword lights. They slashed towards the demonic shadow in the demonic chi. Every sword light. It was enough to cut down the stars in the sky. Roar. The demonic shadow let out a roar. One dragon shadow after another emerged from the demonic shadow. Then it condensed and took shape. He pounced towards the sword light that was slashing towards him. Demonic dragon dance. The strongest demonic Tao power erupted. The sword light collided with the demonic dragon. There was a series of muffled sounds. Then, they dissipated into the void at the same time. Just as the middle-aged man transformed from the violet gold divine sword was fighting against the demonic shadow. Inside the setting sun demon lair, the group of demons began to move. Deep in the sunset demon lair, the most powerful demonic power surged out. Whereas the ancestral home of the sunset demons, the birthplace of the setting sun demon lord, a place that could nurture the most powerful demonic ancestor, be different from others but not far from the demon's ancestral home, was the aura of a supreme divine being. That godly and holy aura completely suppressed by the power of the demon ancestor hard to come into the world. This moment 3 old men with white hair and beards walked towards the direction of the holy aura. His expression was extremely solemn. These are 3 old devils. Incomparably powerful, every one of them had the cultivation of a demon lord. With demonic energy swirling around him, behind the 3 old devils stood a white-haired devil. The white-haired devil did not follow the 3 old devils into the forbidden area. You want to obtain the strongest Tao fruit? It's not that easy. The white-haired devil cultivator's face revealed a trace of worry. He knew it. In case of failure, not only can the ancestor not be reborn, the entire sunset demons are in danger of extinction. Now the enemy has come knocking. They had no choice but to bring it forward. Just as the demons in the sunset demon lair wanted to obtain the strongest Tao fruit, a place in the demonic land that was filled with demonic energy shook violently. An extremely powerful aura of the extreme Tao erupted. This aura was extremely ferocious. A huge black dragon soared into the sky. Its entire body was filled with baleful aura. Rumble. The powerful murderous aura shook the heavens and the earth. It caused the heavens to change color. This was a fierce dragon, and it was the strongest and most ferocious ancestral dragon in the world. This is in the valley. Gu Fei and the others couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this scene. It's a peerless, ominous blade. The blade soul within the peerless, ominous blade has finally awakened. Gu Fei said in shock. The peerless, ominous blade was the strongest and most ferocious divine blade in the world. Its blade soul was actually the strongest and most ferocious ancestral dragon in the world. It could be called the ancestral dragon. Naturally, it was a pure-blooded true dragon born from the world. It was incomparably powerful. It was enough to compete with the Grand Emperor. However, That Grand Emperor had cultivated a supreme body, refining an ancient fierce dragon into an ominous blade. The unold demon child and the others were already shocked to the extreme. One had to know. The ancient fierce dragon was an extremely powerful existence. It was definitely stronger than the sacred Venerable. It was a different kind of existence. Its physical body was so strong that it could contend against a supreme emperor beast. It was just lacking in cultivation level. Once the cultivation level reached it, it could become a supreme emperor beast. The Tao Ancestor's divine sword is only us. It actually took so long to slay this demon. The huge dragon's words were incomparably arrogant. It directly charged towards the demonic shadow in the demonic energy. The huge dragon claw tore the heavens and split the earth. Shattering the void, an extremely powerful murderous aura filled the void between heaven and earth. An extremely powerful baleful aura filled the void. It was as if it could shatter the entire world. Too powerful. In the valley, all the people who witnessed this scene were shocked to the extreme. The might of the ancient fierce dragon was indeed terrifying. The ancient fierce dragon emitted a baleful aura. It was as if it wanted to pass through the void. It was as if it was descending from the sky above the valley. It made people's hearts palpitate. Where did this wild dragon come from? The demonic shadow roared angrily. It directly punched out. Boom. A loud sound. The sharp claws of the ancient fierce dragon collided with the fist of the demonic shadow. There was a loud explosion. The demonic shadow was directly sent flying 10,000 feet away. The demonic energy around him was also scattered. It revealed a fiend cultivator who was missing an arm. This was a fiend with a face as pale as paper. He had long black hair. A handsome and somewhat evil young fiend cultivator. In the valley, Gufei saw this scene. He couldn't help but be shocked. He thought of how he had risked great damage to his vitality, awakening the mountain and river cauldron, the hand of the fiend ancestor. On that day, the awakened mountain and river cauldron attacked. It destroyed the hand of the fiend ancestor and the remnant soul within it. But now, after the fiend ancestor's demonic body was reconstructed, it was actually so powerful. The ancient fierce dragon revealed its wild state. It directly charged towards the setting sun demon ancestor. His extremely tyrannical physical body crushed through the void. It shattered a large area of the void. It shook the primal chaos energy out. Preposterous. The setting sun demon ancestor was shocked and furious. Although the ancient fierce dragon was powerful, but if he had been in his prime, we can kill as many of these guys as they come. But now, the sunset demon lord, however, knew his current state. When he died in battle, his divine soul had already been shattered by that enemy. Endless years passed. He could only condense a weak remnant soul. Sunset Demon Lord had no choice but to retreat. The primordial vicious dragon was too strong. After being refined into a fierce blade by a supreme being, he even possessed the power of the extreme Tao. And yet the speed of the primordial vicious dragon was extremely fast. Shwa. Dragon claws slashed across. One of the setting sun demon lord's arms was immediately torn off. If I hadn't dodged the attack. Chapter 24:34. The primordial fierce dragon transformed from the peerless ominous saber was incomparably powerful. Directly display unparalleled ferocity. One of the setting sun demon lord's arms was ripped off. Roar. The primordial fierce dragon roared at the sky. The whole world is shaking. A powerful and ferocious aura that seemed to be able to crush the heavens spread out from the dragon's body that was as huge as a mountain. Everyone was shocked to the core. That primordial vicious dragon actually swallowed the arm of the setting sun demon lord in one gulp. What? In the Valley Gufei and the others who saw this scene through the mystic ray photography technique were all dumbfounded. This primordial vicious dragon was truly too savage. At this moment, the setting sun devil ancestor was enraged. One of his arms had been destroyed by the mountain and river cauldron. He's got one less arm to use. Now, the remaining arm was actually swallowed by the ferocious dragon. He wished he could tear the dragon apart. 9 primordial demonic patterns appeared on his body. The most primordial power of the Devil Tao in this part of the world had been activated. Rumble. The whole demonic realm was shaking. Deep in the Sunset Demon lair, streams of pure Devil Tao essence rushed out from the place where the Sunset Demon Lord was born, and then burst through the earth. Like many huge dragons, they gathered towards the Sunset Demon Lord in the sky. He's not in a good state. It's just a remnant of a soul controlling the body. With his current cultivation and battle prowess, they couldn't deal with two supreme artifacts at all. What happened? Inside the setting sun demon cave, the power of the demonic path is quickly draining away. This caused all the devil cultivators in the devil's den to be extremely shocked. The white-haired devil seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed dramatically. "Ancestor, are you going to use our clan's ultimate trump card?" White-haired devil cultivator was shaken. "You know, that thing is what keeps the sunset demons alive. It is also a deterrent to other powerful races. Of all times." An old voice came from another place in the setting sun devil nest that was emitting a divine and holy aura. As the demonic Tao energy within the setting sun demon cave was continuously guided away by the setting sun demon lord, that holy and divine aura began to grow restless. "Little devil, are they going to go all out?" The primordial ferocious dragon, formed by the peerless ferocious blade, was sneering. As far as it's concerned, this sunset demon lord was merely a devil corpse. It's nothing. But it felt a little uneasy. At this moment, the middle-aged man formed by the purple gold godly sword also charged towards the sunset demon lord. Boom. Meanwhile, a loud noise came from afar. An extreme divine aura exploded. The god within the three-boundary steel had finally awakened from its slumber. It was a blurry figure. No one could see what it looked like. The place where the figure stood, it's like a world of its own. No laws of heaven and earth could affect that part of the void. This was a sign that he had cultivated the great Tao of void to the highest realm. In a flash, can change the laws of heaven and earth. Take control of a world that is. Setting sun demon lord's mind was shaken. He seemed to see something. Buzz. At this very moment, a deafening sound came from within the setting sun devil nest. A streak of black light rushed out of the devil's den. In the magic light wrapped in a great halberd, this great halberd was the weapon of the devil statue from before. After that devil statue was defeated by Gu Fei's indestructible battle body, the devil halberd flew into the setting sun devil nest. Roar. A steady stream of demonic energy was guided over. The sunset demon lord's body emitted an incomparably powerful devil Tao energy. His two arms were rapidly regenerating. When the devil halberd flew over, the two arms of the sunset demon lord had already completely regenerated. Then, he stretched out his right hand and grabbed the devil halberd. Finally, a figure walked out of the setting sun devil nest. Then, he soared into the sky. He fused with the sunset demon lord. This is, in the valley. Gu Fei and the others, who saw this scene through the mystic light photography technique, were all baffled. They did not see what the figure that walked out of the setting sun devil nest was. But Gu Fei was certain. That was definitely not a living being. It seemed to be just a lifeless corpse. A demon lord born from the primal chaos. At this moment, the primordial vicious dragon was somewhat moved. It knew how terrifying this existence was. The thing that had just walked out of the devil's den. It was just a corpse. This corpse was attached to a strand of the remnant will of the Sunset Demon Lord. At this time, the Sunset Demon Lord had no choice but to use his final trump card. The Sunset Demon Lord was born from the primal chaos. When the world was formed, he was born. When he was transforming, he left behind many remains. And this remains. It was when the Sunset Demon Lord became a demon lord, a demonic body. This demonic body, it had always been the foundation of the Sunset Demons. With this demonic body and the extreme Emperor Demon Halberd, even those ancient powers did not dare to invade. However, just as the extreme Emperor Demon Halberd and the Demon Lord's remains left the Devil's Den, the sacred aura in the depths of the Devil's Den gradually became unstable. At this time, outside a cave in the depths of the setting sun devil nest that was spewing out a sacred aura, there were 3 old demons sitting cross-legged. On the ground beneath the three old demons, there were countless demonic runes. Even in the void, there were also countless desolate runes. It completely sealed the exit of the cave. But, even with the three great demons guarding the cave, that holy and divine aura in the cavern, but it still gradually became stronger. Even the extreme Tao demonic formation seemed to be unable to suppress this power. What happened? Why hasn't the old ancestor dealt with the enemy yet? An old demon said. His expression was extremely grave, because he sensed that the demonic power in the devil's den was rapidly dissipating. This is definitely not a good thing. Could it be that the enemy can contend against the old ancestor? Another old demon said. If old ancestor doesn't come back, we're in grave danger. The third old demon said. They know. The thing in the cave has almost invincible power. Once it explodes, leave them alone. Even the entire sunset demon lair would be razed to the ground because of the power in the cavern. He was definitely not inferior to the sunset demon lord of the past. At this very moment outside the sunset demon lair, the primordial vicious dragon and the middle-aged man both sensed the supreme divine aura coming from the depths of the devil's den. What happened? The primordial vicious dragon and the middle-aged man were both surprised. One must know that this was the birthplace of the sunset demon lord. How can there be a holy aura? Gods and demons. At that moment a voice came over. The figure formed by the three boundary steel had already arrived. You, the primordial vicious dragon, and the middle-aged man sensed the fluctuations coming from this figure. They couldn't help but be moved. Chapter 24:35. The blurry figure formed by the three-world steel was very mysterious. Everyone within could see its true appearance. Even the primordial ferocious dragon, formed by the peerless saber, and the middle-aged man formed by the violet gold divine sword were shocked. Could it be the void exalt? The middle-aged man formed by the violet gold divine sword muttered to himself. In the distant past, there was once an unparalleled existence that cultivated the great Tao of void to the extreme. No one knew if that person was male or female. In fact, no one had even seen his true appearance. In the three realms and six paths, there was only one person that could cultivate the great Tao of void to the extreme, and that person was the void exalt. It really is the void exalt. Even the primordial ferocious dragon was bewildered. The aura of the great Tao emanating from that blurry figure was definitely the unique aura of the great Tao of void, because the place where that figure stood was like an independent world. Roar, all of you shall die. At this moment, a furious roar rang out. The sunset demon lord fused with the remains that he shed when he attained his Tao. It was as though he had been reborn, revealing his arrogance. An extreme demonic might erupted from the body of the sunset demon lord. The entire world seemed as though it was about to be shattered by this demonic might. Pitch-black cracks appeared in the void. The void became extremely fragile at this moment. It was as though the sunset demon lord only needed to wave his hand gently, and he would be able to destroy the entire world. Buzz. The demonic halberd in the hands of the sunset demon lord vibrated. After that, the sunset demon lord charged towards the primordial ferocious dragon. As he waved the halberd, streaks of extremely sharp demonic light rushed out from the halberd. Wherever the demonic light passed by, everything would be destroyed. If you had completely recovered your past cultivation, I might still have some reservations. But now, the primordial ferocious dragon said in disdain. After that, he charged forward. His dragon claws tore through the heavens and earth, shattering the streaks of demonic light. He then clashed with the sunset demon lord. Clang! The dragon claws of the primordial ferocious dragon clashed against the halberd, letting out metallic clangs. The demonic power from the extreme king demon halberd was too strong. It was actually able to block the attacks of the primordial ferocious dragon. This surprised the dragon greatly. One had to know that he was the extreme ominous saber. Back then, when the ominous saber appeared, it was invincible and killed countless demons. The ominous chi gathered on the ominous saber was not something that just anyone could withstand. Why aren't you helping? The primordial vicious dragon shouted at the middle-aged man transformed from the violet gold divine sword. He felt that it was a little strenuous. This demon was going all out and wanted to perish together with him. This ferocious devil. Ferocious blade. Then, the chime of a sword rang out. The violet gold divine sword made its move. An infinite amount of sword light pierced through the void and shot towards the demon with overwhelming force. Every beam of sword light was powerful enough to cut down the stars in the sky. It was unimaginably powerful. Sword chi soared into the sky. This was the might of an extreme saint artifact. Wherever the sword light passed, large swathes of demonic chi were destroyed. This kind of extreme sword light could destroy everything. When the setting sun demon lord saw the sword light shooting toward him, he did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly swung the demonic halberd in his hand to destroy all the sword light that pierced through him. Just as the setting sun evil lord used his demonic halberd to sweep away the sword light of extreme Tao, the primordial ominous dragon slapped its claw on the setting sun evil lord, sending him flying 100 miles away. Boom! At this moment, the entire world suddenly shook violently. A wave of heaven and earth void power instantly spread out. It was as if someone was using a supreme technique to split the heavens and earth. The blurry figure formed by the three-world monument made its move. It was as though it was transforming the world and actually enveloped the sunset demon lord who was sent flying. It was as though the setting sun demon ancestor had entered another world. At the same time, there were powerful forces coming at him from all directions, wanting to obliterate him from this world. Damn it! The setting sun demon ancestor roared out furiously. His entire body shone brightly with demonic light as 9 primordial demonic marks appeared on his body. The extreme emperor demonic halberd in his hand was also trembling uneasily. Don't struggle pointlessly. The blurry figure formed by the three-world monument said these words. The power of a supreme being erupted, turning into waves of void ripples that trapped the setting sun demon ancestor. In this part of the void, it was difficult for the setting sun demon ancestor to attract the power of the devil's den even if he wanted to. The power of the three-world monument had enveloped the entire void. A series of runes appeared in the void where the setting sun demon ancestor was at. They formed a spirit formation, wanting to suppress the setting sun demon ancestor. Roar! At this moment, the setting sun demon ancestor roared out into the sky. The entire world trembled under his roar. The setting sun demon ancestor was going all out. He activated the extreme emperor demonic weapon in his hand with all his might, shattering the void and actually breaking open a passageway. Without any hesitation, the setting sun demon ancestor rushed out from the void formed by the power of the three-world monument. Boundless demonic chi surged out from his body. What? In the valley, everyone who saw this scene through the mystic light photography technique was shocked to the extreme. The means of a supreme being truly could not be imagined with common sense. However, just as the setting sun demon ancestor rushed out from the void formed by the power of the three-world monument, the middle-aged man formed by the purple gold divine sword made his move. Rumble. The middle-aged man conjured a supreme divine ability of the immortal Tao. Powerful energy ripples shook the heavens. Beams of immortal light descended from the sky, resonating with the great Tao. The setting sun demon ancestor had no other choice but to be forced back. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. The battle between the three supreme divine weapons and the setting sun demon ancestor's demonic body caused terrifying ripples to spread in the fallen god sea. It even spread to the Tonglong continent. No one knew what was happening in the depths of the fallen god sea. They were all extremely shocked. Kill. The primordial vicious dragon also joined the battle. With the three supreme divine weapons working together, even if a true supreme being were to descend, he would probably have a headache. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. Everyone saw the middle-aged man formed by the purple gold divine sword land a punch on the setting sun demon ancestor's shoulder, sending him flying. Boom! The primordial vicious dragon descended from the sky. A pair of dragon claws slammed down. The powerful force shattered the void and almost shattered the setting sun demon ancestor's demonic body. This is bad. At this moment, the group of demons in the setting sun demon lair was extremely shocked, especially the three old demons that were suppressing the cave that was spewing out supreme divine aura. Chapter 24:36. With the awakening of the God's will within the three extreme saint weapons, it was as if three supremes of the extreme Tao had appeared in the world. While the setting sun demon lord was strong, it was difficult for him to fight against the three of them alone. Boom! The ancient dragon formed from the peerless ominous saber slapped out with its mountain-sized dragon claw, sending the setting sun demon lord flying. The setting sun demon lord was both shocked and furious. His body was cracked by the power of the dragon claw, and his demonic body seemed like it could crumble at any moment. Wong, the middle-aged man formed from the purple gold godly sword, waved his right hand, and a dazzling sword light shot out. It streaked across the void and left a bone-deep sword mark on the back of the setting sun demon lord. Damn it! The setting sun demon lord roared in anger. Even though he had already used the strongest trump card of the setting sun demons, he still couldn't turn the tables and was heavily injured. The extreme emperor demon halberd in the hands of the setting sun demon lord released a dazzling demonic light. The power of the extreme emperor burst forth, forcing the mysterious figure formed from the three boundary steel to retreat. If it was a one-on-one fight, the setting sun demon lord wouldn't be afraid of anyone. But this was not a one-on-one fight. As such, the fate of the setting sun demon lord was already decided. It's been a long time since I've drunk the blood of a pure-blooded demon. It tastes so good. The ancient dragon charged towards the setting sun demon lord. It was the strongest ominous saber in the world, and in the distant past, it had drunk the blood of the setting sun demon lord. Swoosh! The setting sun demon lord dodged and rushed towards the setting sun demon lair. Trying to escape? The middle-aged man formed from the purple gold godly sword instantly appeared in front of the setting sun demon lord and blocked his path. He then struck out with his strongest sword, forcing the setting sun demon lord to retreat. Roar! The setting sun demon lord bellowed out as he waved the king's extreme demon halberd in his hands, shattering the void before charging up once more. The demon halberd turned into an ancient demon dragon that opened its mouth wide, wanting to devour the middle-aged man whole. However, at this moment, a dragon claw reached down from the sky and grabbed the ancient demon dragon that rushed out from the extreme emperor demon halberd, tearing it apart. You can't get away. The setting sun demon ancestor was obstructed for a moment, and the blurry figure formed by the three boundary steel forced its way over. As the figure waved its hands, a blurry world appeared between the hands of the mysterious person and instantly enveloped the setting sun demon ancestor. The mysterious person channeled the power of the great Tao of void with all his might and created the void of heaven and earth. He wanted to seal the setting sun demon lord within the world of the void that he created. Rumble, heaven and earth shook, and endless divine light of the great path emerged in the void. Runes flew directly from the hands of the mysterious man and were imprinted in the void. Powerful void Tao energy rushed toward the setting sun demon lord from all directions. The sound of bones breaking came from the sunset demon lord's body, and the demonic aura around him dissipated. Demonic patterns appeared on his body, resisting the destructive power of the great path of the void. Trying to kill me? Don't even think about it. The setting sun demon ancestor was extremely ferocious. He activated the extreme king demon halberd in his hand with all his might, and a wave of supreme demonic power immediately spread out from the extreme king demon halberd, blocking the destructive power of the great path of the void that came from all directions. Open for me. The setting sun demon lord wielded the demon halberd of the paramount emperor and swung it forward with all his might. The supreme demonic power burst from the demon halberd of the paramount emperor, and the void in front of him crumbled immediately. The world of void that the mysterious man conjured was actually torn open by him. Without any hesitation, the setting sun demon ancestor rushed out. However, at the moment when the setting sun demon ancestor rushed out from the world of the void that the mysterious person created, a powerful sword light that could cut down the stars in the sky instantly descended and actually beheaded the setting sun demon ancestor. Damn it! The shock of the setting sun evil lord was no small matter. Only an extreme Tao divine weapon could kill him. The purple gold godly sword was an extreme Tao immortal weapon forged by the Wushang Tao ancestor. Even an honorable would be injured after receiving a slash from it. Just when the purple gold divine sword beheaded the setting sun demon ancestor, a pair of dragon claws reached down from the sky, grabbed the setting sun demon ancestor's body, and tore it into two. There was no vitality on the setting sun demon ancestor's body. After being sealed for so long, the demonic blood in his body had almost dried up. His body was torn into two by the primordial fierce dragon, but there was no bloody scene of demonic blood splattering. I'm not resigned to this. A demonic soul rushed out from the demonic body and instantly entered the Extreme King Demon Halberd. Then, an illusory figure appeared on the Extreme King Demon Halberd, roaring towards the sky. In the sky above a valley 10,000 miles away from the setting sun demon lair, there was an illusory figure of an ancient cauldron floating. In the valley, everyone raised their heads to look at the soul-stirring scene that appeared in the void. "That demon is finished," the red dragon said with a trembling voice. The demon's aura seemed to be able to penetrate the illusory figure in the sky, and it made him almost unable to breathe. "The demonic soul is still here," the iron-blood Taoist muttered to himself. He stared at the Extreme King Halberd that appeared in the void in the sky, and his expression was extremely solemn. "This demon is really afraid of death. Seems like it won't be easy to destroy the demonic soul of the halberd," Yennefer said. Her eyes were sparkling with divine light. Gu Fei did not speak, and no one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, in front of the setting sun demon lair, the Extreme King Demon Halberd shattered the void, rushed into the broken void, and disappeared in an instant. Even the three great extreme saint weapons could not stop it. Oh no! In the valley, everyone who saw this scene was shocked. The demon halberd had escaped, and that meant that the big demon would still make a comeback one day. Only by destroying the demon's demonic soul could the demon be completely destroyed. Preposterous. At this moment, in front of the setting sun demon lair, the middle-aged man that was transformed from the violet gold godly sword was finally moved. He never thought that the void sealed by the three great extreme saint weapons could still be easily broken by the opponent. Roar. The primordial dragon roared angrily towards the sky, and a supreme ferocious might that could crush the sky erupted from its body. The nine heavens trembled, and even the laws of heaven and earth were disrupted. "The monk can escape, but the temple can't escape. I shall raze this demon lair to the ground." The voice of the primordial dragon reverberated in the sky and spread far and wide. All the demons in the demonic land felt that the end of the world was coming. Do it. Chapter 24:37. Boom. The entire devil ground was trembling. On the ground, the mountain ridges were collapsing and the ground was cracking. It was as though doomsday had arrived. All the devils seemed to have forgotten to flee as they laid on the ground, trembling in fear. It wasn't that these devils didn't want to flee, but rather, the auras of the three extreme Das were simply too strong. These devils couldn't even form any thoughts of fleeing. In a valley, there was a monster as large as a mountain lying on the ground, terrified to the extreme. Rumble. A huge mountain at the side of the valley fell down, directly smashing towards the devil in the valley. That devil acted as though it didn't see the mountain falling down and didn't move at all. The huge mountain fell and directly smashed onto the devil's head. The sound of bones cracking rang out as the devil's head was actually smashed apart. An incomparably huge devil died just like that. Such a scene played out everywhere in the devil ground. Under the suppression of the extreme Das, all the devils remained motionless, not daring to have any thoughts of fleeing. Even if they were smashed to death by the falling rocks, they wouldn't move at all. This was the absolute deterrence of the extreme Das towards the weak. In front of a supreme being, no one could have any thoughts of resisting, even if they were as strong as the saints. Only those in the valley that were enveloped by the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers were unafraid of the extreme Das, because the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers had already isolated the extreme Taos outside. Boom! Another loud sound rang out as the entire devil ground trembled violently. More cracks appeared on the ground, and devil chi gushed out from the cracks. The mountains were collapsing, and the mountain ridges above the devil ground were almost completely destroyed. This incomparably vast devil ground seemed as though it could collapse at any time and sink into the boundless sea. At this time, the devils in the Sunset Devil Nest were all in despair. And just as they were in despair, a powerful Devil Tao energy came from the place where the Sunset Devil Lord was born. This is, the three old devils who were still controlling the extreme Taos devil formation and suppressing the vast and mighty energy ripples from the cave were both shocked and overjoyed. They could sense a familiar aura and ripple. Old ancestor isn't dead. An ancient voice rang out. I must take revenge for this. A powerful ripple came from the sacred land of the Sunset Demons. That place was the birthplace of the Sunset Demon Lord. At this moment, the birthplace of the Sunset Demon Lord was emitting endless demonic light. All the demonic energy in the entire demonic land was being mobilized, gathering towards the sacred land of the Sunset Demon Lord in a frenzy. Old ancestor is fine. We are saved. All the Sunset Demons were pleasantly surprised. They had been in despair, but now they saw hope again. Reconstruct my physical body and return to my true self. From the ancestral land of the setting sun demons, a thought wave was transmitted. Rumble. The entire devil cave began to tremble, and supreme devil Tao energy erupted. That supreme and sacred power was immediately suppressed by the eruption of devil Tao energy. After countless years of preparation, this moment is finally here. The three old demons who were controlling the extreme devil formation were all extremely excited. The supreme and sacred power that the three old demons were suppressing with the extreme devil formation was definitely at the level of a supreme. This was a supreme Tao fruit. If the Sunset Demon Lord could devour it, the Sunset Demon Lord would return to the supreme state of the past. If the Setting Sun Demon Lord really succeeded, then Gu Fei and the others would be out of luck. One had to know that between the weapons of an extreme-grade supreme being and a supreme being, even a fool would know who was stronger. No matter how powerful a weapon was, it would definitely not be stronger than the person who refined it. However, at this moment, the middle-aged man that was formed by the purple gold godly sword, the mysterious man that was formed by the three boundary steel, and the primordial dragon that was formed by the peerless ominous saber were all making their moves, trying to break through the formation. However, the demonic formation that protected the entire Sunset Demon Cave was an extreme devil formation after all. This extreme devil formation had gathered an unimaginable amount of powerful devil Tao energy over the countless years. Even with the three supreme artifacts working together, it was difficult to break through this extreme devil formation in a short time. Break for me. The primordial dragon was incomparably domineering. It directly stretched out its dragon claws, wanting to tear the extreme devil formation apart. However, a layer of demonic light emerged and actually shook off the dragon claws that could tear open a large hole in the heavens and earth. Buzz. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from the middle-aged man's body. Then, the middle-aged man's figure dissipated, and a supreme immortal sword appeared in front of everyone. The middle-aged man turned into a purple gold godly sword and slashed at the extreme devil formation in front of him. The sword light fell, and a hole immediately appeared on the transparent demonic light in front of it. However, this hole appeared quickly and disappeared just as quickly. In just a few breaths' time, the sword mark on the demonic light disappeared. The blurry figure that was formed by the three boundary steel was also making his move. He was evolving the void great Tao of heaven and earth, wanting to absorb the entire demon cave into the world he had evolved. However, the extreme devil formation had sealed the void where the demon cave was located. No matter how the mysterious person used the power of the void great Tao, it was difficult to shake the demon cave. We can't do things on our own like this. Why don't we gather our strength? That way, we might be able to break this demonic formation. The primordial dragon said, That's right. The purple gold godly sword emitted a wave of divine will, and a figure vaguely appeared on the divine sword. "All right." The mysterious person formed by the three boundary steel nodded and said. The gods of the three supreme artifacts reached a consensus. As long as the three gods gathered their strength, they would be able to break this demonic formation. If it was any other god with a supreme artifact, they would not be able to break this extreme devil formation. Just as the three gods reached a consensus, at the place where the Sunset Demon Lord was born, a demonic figure vaguely appeared amidst the surging demonic chi. After the Sunset Demon Lord was defeated by the gods of the three supreme artifacts, his demonic soul was attached to the extreme Emperor Demon Halberd. Although he escaped into the primal chaos, he escaped from the primal chaos and returned to the place where this peerless great demon was born. The setting sun demon ancestor wanted to draw upon the power of the entire Devil Earth before seizing the other supreme being level power in the setting sun demon nest. In this way, this peerless great demon would be able to recover his invincible cultivation and battle prowess. This was the Sunset Demon Lord's last resort. However, just as the Sunset Demon Lord reformed his demonic body and walked out of his place of birth, a loud sound came from the Sunset Demon Cave. 3 waves of extreme divine might that were powerful enough to crush the sky immediately arrived. What? The great formation has been broken. Chapter 24:38. The extreme Tao demon formation was broken by the 3 extreme Tao god weapons. The layer of demonic light that shrouded the setting sun demon cave immediately dissipated. Countless demonic patterns dissipated into the void. Those were extreme Tao demon patterns. Each demonic pattern emitted a powerful aura that could crush the heavens. Even sages would find it hard to withstand such an aura. Rumble. The entire demon cave was shaking. 3 waves of extreme Tao God might spread out. The ground was sinking, and the demon cave was collapsing. Within the demon cave, the powerful demons actually exploded and turned into clouds of blood mist. Only a few powerful demons in the depths of the demon cave that were close to the demon lord's birthplace were not destroyed by the 3 waves of pressure. However, they were not in a much better state. The 3 old demons all vomited blood. If not for the extreme Tao demon formation that negated most of the pressure, the 3 old demons at the Paragon realm would have died. The extreme Tao demon formation was in operation, emitting a vast amount of demonic energy that protected the 3 old demons. Roar. In the depths of the demon cave, the setting sun demon lord, who had just reconstructed his body, was shocked and furious. He roared and rushed towards the direction of the sacred and godly energy. As long as he could obtain that extreme Tao fruit, even if the 3 extreme Tao god weapons were to come at him together, he would not care. However, the setting sun demon lord knew that the extreme Tao fruit was not so easy to obtain. It was all his fault for being lenient back then. Back then, when the setting sun demon lord was at his peak, he was truly invincible. In the end, he was killed by an old enemy. Even his body was divided into 9 pieces and sealed in various parts of the demon land. And now, he was like a tiger that had fallen to the plains and was bullied by dogs. He did not expect that he could not even defeat a few weapons. This made the setting sun demon lord extremely depressed. Swoosh. At this moment, a purple gold sword light broke through the layers of demonic light and descended from the sky, blocking the setting sun demon lord. Within the sword light, a figure could be faintly seen. Since you escaped, you still dare to come back. You are courting death. The sky-reaching sword light quickly retracted, and a figure appeared. This person was the middle-aged man that the purple gold sword had transformed into. Preposterous. It's just a sword. Do you really think that you're the supreme Tao ancestor? The setting sun devil lord's expression changed. He tightened his grip on the extreme monarch devil halberd. His opponent was a peerless sword forged by the supreme Tao ancestor. It wasn't something that ordinary saint weapons could compare to. Demon, prepare to die. The middle-aged man made his move right away. Dazzling purple gold divine light burst from his body, and every beam of purple gold divine light pierced through the void. Following that, he turned into an extreme sword light and slashed at the setting sun demon lord. Sword light was everywhere, enveloping the setting sun evil lord within. Roar. The setting sun demon lord let out a furious roar as his long hair danced in the wind. The extreme emperor demonic halberd in his hands burst forth with an overwhelming amount of extreme emperor power. As the demonic halberd waved, the void shattered, and the purple-gold godly sword that had pierced through the void was crushed right there and then. Kill. The setting sun evil lord was incomparably domineering as he directly broke through the layers of sword chi and charged forward. Boom! At this moment, a loud rumble rang out as the entire setting sun demon lair was flipped over. A gigantic dragon claw came down from the skies, grabbing at the place where that godly power was located. Wong. The moment the dragon claw came down, the extreme demon formation vibrated. Countless undying demonic patterns appeared on the ground and in the void, interweaving into ancient and mysterious demonic diagrams. A peerlessly powerful demonic might burst forth. The three demons within the demonic formation were actually trying their best to activate the extreme demon formation, blocking the dragon claw that came down from the skies. Yuwa. The three old demons within the extreme demon formation coughed out blood at the same time. The power of the extreme Tao that came down from the dragon claw caused the old demons within the formation to cough out blood. There's another demonic formation. A surprised voice rang out from the skies. To think that it would really be like this. At this moment, a hazy figure descended from the skies. The surroundings of that figure formed a world of its own, giving off a surreal feeling. This mysterious person was the figure that the Three Boundaries Monument had evolved into. Gods and demons are born together. There should be a god ancestor here. The gigantic figure of the primordial fierce dragon circled above the extreme demon formation. A loud voice came down from the skies, and those with weaker cultivations would have fainted from the sound waves. It seems like the ancestor demon has come out. That god ancestor might have already suffered. The purple-gold godly sword transformed back into that middle-aged man who was fighting with the setting sun demon lord. Although the demonic body of the setting sun demon lord was remolded, this demon was still a god ancestor after all, and it still displayed extreme combat power. Even something as strong as the purple-gold godly sword could not do anything to this demon. I can't sense the life aura of the god ancestor. It seems like he has really been killed, but his fruit of way is still intact. The mysterious person transformed from the Three Boundaries Monument said, "This little guy wants the god ancestor fruit of way." The primordial fierce dragon said. At this moment, in a valley thousands of miles away, Gu Fei, who saw this scene, was extremely nervous. There really was such a thing in the setting sun demon lair. It seemed like the old man who failed in nirvana on the nameless deserted island did not lie to him. This was the biggest secret of the setting sun demon lair. It turned out that not only did this place nurture an innate demon, but it also nurtured an innate god. This was a rare phenomenon in the three realms and six Tao. Gods and demons were born together. Moreover, the setting sun demon lord was born earlier than the god ancestor. Hence, the god ancestor who had yet to be born was in a tragedy. The setting sun demon lord immediately destroyed the life of the innate divine thought that was still being nurtured, so that it could not be born. However, he did not kill off the god ancestor's fruit of way. The setting sun demon lord roared continuously. Even though he attacked with all his might, he still could not force the middle-aged man transformed from the purple-gold godly sword to retreat. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of despair. The demonic body that he reconstructed was not the original immortal demonic body. The strong power that erupted from the extreme king demon halberd caused cracks to appear on his body. Such a demonic body seemed to be unable to withstand the demonic power that erupted from the extreme king demon halberd. Swoosh. At this moment, a demonic light suddenly emerged from a formation platform in the depths of the setting sun demon lair. A figure could be vaguely seen in the demonic light. At the next moment, the demonic light broke into the void chaos and escaped. It's that white-haired demon. How dare he? Chapter 24:39. The setting sun demon lair was breached. In that instant, almost all of the setting sun demons were killed. Only the three old demons and the white-haired demon survived. Now, The white-haired demon actually escaped using the teleportation formation. This made Gu Fei, who was thousands of miles away, shocked and angered when he saw this scene with the help of the dark light photography technique. However, he could only look on helplessly as the white-haired demon fled. He was powerless to do anything. At this time, the setting sun demon lord was about to go crazy. He attacked with all his might and fought with the middle-aged man transformed from the purple gold godly sword. However, this was destined to be a battle without any suspense. This was because the primordial fierce dragon and the mysterious figure had yet to make a move. Once the three gods joined forces, the setting sun demon lord would only be killed. It's just a last-ditch struggle. The mysterious figure had no intention of making a move. He had his eyes on the god ancestor Dao fruit. However, it was not an easy task to obtain the god ancestor Dao fruit. The primordial fierce dragon also knew that the extreme demon formation was not simple. In order to break this extreme demon formation, the three gods might have to join forces again. What are they doing? Why aren't they making a move? In the valley, Gu Fei couldn't help but feel uneasy when he saw this scene. At this time, they should end the battle quickly to avoid any more problems. It should be known that in the human realm, there were definitely supreme existences comparable to supreme beings. If those people jumped out at this time and wanted a share of the loot, it would be troublesome. I didn't expect to find the god ancestor Dao fruit. At this time, the old demon child and the others were already stunned. It should be known that the god ancestor Dao fruit was a truly heaven-defying item. Once it was grasped by someone, it was equivalent to obtaining the great power of the god ancestor. It was also because of this that the setting sun demon lord returned to the devil lair. His goal was very simple, and that was to obtain the god ancestor Dao fruit. However, judging from the current situation, the setting sun demon lord really had no chance this time. It was impossible for him to defeat the three gods with the extreme divine weapons. At this moment, the hazy figure had already extended his right hand and pressed it down on the demonic formation below. A strange wave immediately spread out from the figure's right hand, instantly enveloping the extreme demonic formation below. The extreme devil formation enveloped the entire birthplace of Ancestor God in an attempt to snatch the supreme power within the birthplace of Ancestor God. As the mysterious man made his move, countless demonic patterns immediately emerged from the demonic formation below. Mysterious demonic diagrams appeared in the void, attracting the most powerful demonic power. Rumble. Very quickly, the entire extreme demon formation began to shake. However, there were no signs of it collapsing. At this moment, the three old demons within the extreme demon formation suffered. This was a collision between extreme das. Although the demonic formation had blocked the opponent's extreme das, a trace of its power still managed to seep in, causing the three old demons to suffer a great impact. Let's kill this devil bastard first. The middle-aged man formed by the purple gold godly sword said loudly. Not bad. The primordial fierce dragon nodded. Then, a huge dragon claw reached down and grabbed at the sunset demon lord. The sunset demon lord waved the extreme king demon halberd in his hand and slashed upwards. The halberd collided with the dragon claw, and a crisp sound of metal clashing could be heard. Swoosh! Just as the sunset demon lord was blocking the primordial fierce dragon's attack, a dazzling purple gold godly sword slashed from the side and left a long wound on his back. The gods of the two extreme Daos Saint weapons teamed up and caused the sunset demon lord to feel threatened. With his current cultivation and combat power, it was impossible for him to compete with the two extreme Daos Saint weapons. Bang! Without any suspense, the sunset demon lord was sent flying by the primordial fierce dragon's claw. He crashed into a building behind him and caused dust to fly everywhere. At this time, the mysterious man transformed from the three-boundary monument was trying his best to break the matrix. The entire void was shaking. The mysterious man used the profound meaning of the void. Immortal patterns were imprinted in the void, triggering the most powerful power of the great path of the void. He wanted to destroy this demonic matrix of the great path of the void. The demonic patterns were vanishing, and the three old demons in the demonic formation were trying their best to hold on. They controlled the demonic formation to fight against the mysterious man formed by the three-boundary steel. However, at this moment, the cave that was shrouded by the extreme demon formation that was spewing out a godly and sacred aura began to tremble. The divine aura started to become unstable. It was actually trying to attack the extreme Das demon formation. How can this be? The divine consciousness of this god ancestor has long been destroyed by the old ancestor. How can this be? One of the old demons was shocked to the extreme and his body was trembling. At this moment, the extreme Das demon formation actually showed signs of collapsing under the attacks from both the inside and outside. The sunset demon lair's destiny has come to an end. In the valley thousands of miles away, Gu Fei used the mystic ray photography technique to see everything that was happening in the demon lair. At this moment, the outcome was already decided. The Sunset Demon Lord was just putting up a futile struggle. It seems like I still have to use this thing. As Gu Fei spoke, he flipped his right hand and the Emperor's divine mace appeared in his hand. Go. Gu Fei waved his right hand and the Emperor's divine mace immediately shot up into the sky and disappeared in an instant. Swoosh. Thousands of miles away, in the sky above the Sunset Demon Lair, a golden light broke through the void and fell into the depths of the demon lair. Boom. With a bang, the Emperor's divine mace was actually reviving. Powerful energy waves spread from the Emperor's divine mace. Finally, a hazy figure appeared on the Emperor's divine mace. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that the heavens want to kill my clan? In the extreme Das demon formation, an old demon roared to the sky. He was not willing to accept this. Just a little bit more and their old ancestor could be reborn. But now, their old ancestor could not even protect himself. Soon, the Emperor's divine mace turned into a middle-aged man wearing a golden crown and golden armor. The middle-aged man's figure was also very blurry. However, an imperial aura emanated from the middle-aged man's body. Kill. As soon as the Emperor's divine mace arrived, it immediately attacked the extreme Das demon formation. A large number of demonic patterns dissipated in the void. At the same time, the divine power gradually increased. This caused the three demons controlling the extreme Das demon formation to feel despair. The immortal formation patterns were constantly being destroyed. Boom. Soon, with a loud bang, the entire extreme Das demon formation finally collapsed. The power of the extreme Das demon formation exploded. The three old demons controlling the extreme Das demon formation snorted and were turned into clouds of blood mist. Chapter 2440. The extreme demon formation collapsed, and the destructive power swept out in all directions. The entire demonic earth shook, and the ground was sinking, and the soil was sinking. A ball of holy light appeared in the sky, and a strong aura of the extreme way spread out, causing the entire world to shake. In the ball of holy light, there was a figure sitting with his legs crossed. It was a young man who was shining brightly, and he looked like he was 13 or 14 years old, and he was completely naked. In between the young man's eyebrows, there was a shocking blood hole, and there was golden blood flowing out of the hole. The blood did not seem to have coagulated. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. This young man was definitely an innate god ancestor, but it was a pity that when this god ancestor was about to be born, his divine soul was destroyed, and only his body was left. Supreme Tao Fruit. At this moment, everyone felt the aura of the extreme way coming from the young man sitting in the divine light. The original power in the young man's body was still unimaginably strong. Once the setting sun demon ancestor obtained the original power, he might be able to recover his invincible cultivation in the past. Those who stand in my way shall die. The setting sun demon ancestor went crazy. This was his last chance. He waved the extreme king demon halberd in his hand crazily, and the terrifying power of the extreme way burst out. At this moment, he could not care about anything else. He only wanted to obtain the original power of the god ancestor, recover his invincible cultivation and combat power, and then destroy all the supreme divine weapons. Then come and try to kill me. A blurry figure walked over, and as he waved his hand, a big world appeared, and actually devoured all the power of the demonic way coming from the extreme king demon halberd. Bang! The mysterious figure waved his fist, and the void shattered. He actually hit the setting sun demon ancestor and the extreme king demon halberd into the broken chaotic void. In front of an absolutely powerful existence, the setting sun demon ancestor had no chance to get close to the corpse of the god ancestor, let alone devour the original power in the body. At this moment, 4 waves of the extreme way appeared in the world, and they disrupted the law of heaven and earth, turning this place into a region that was not covered by the law of heaven and earth. The earth was sinking, and seawater was gushing out from the depths of the earth. The entire demonic land was collapsing, and all of the demonic creatures were dead. Only a valley that was enveloped by an ancient cauldron was not affected. The valley floated in the air. Within the valley, everyone was extremely nervous. All of them stared at the sky above, watching everything that was happening thousands of miles away. 4 figures stood in the void, all of them emitting a peerlessly powerful aura of the extreme Tao. The mysterious figure formed by the 3 world steels charged straight into the chaos and engaged in a great battle with the setting sun demon lord. Rumble. A powerful supreme aura surged out from the shattered void and shook the heavens. All living beings in the entire Godfallen sea felt the supreme pressure. What's going on? All the powerful existences in the soaring dragon ancestral star had sensed the aura of extreme Tao. Some of the old ones who had lived for countless years were shocked to the extreme. They seemed to have sensed a familiar aura. That was especially true of the old-timers from the primeval ancients. The Tao sect's supreme holy artifact has appeared. Some of the old-timers from the primeval Tao sect who had survived since ancient times were alarmed. The path of immortal Tao, created by the supreme Tao ancestor, had been passed down to the present world. It was extremely prosperous. In the primeval Tao sect, there were many experts who truly stood at the peak of the mortal realm. Buzz. In the mysterious ghost palace of Plentiful City, a rumbling sound came from time to time. All the disciples of the ghost palace were trembling with fear. A faintly discernible supreme aura filled every inch of the void in the ghost palace. In a secret chamber in the depths of the ghost palace of Plentiful City, an ancient Tao platform was gently shaking. An aura of the great Tao lingered above the platform, and faint chanting of scriptures came from the platform, as if a supreme existence was preaching the great Tao. Has the supreme sword appeared? In front of the ancient Tao platform stood a middle-aged man in white robes and a crown on his head. The middle-aged man's face was sickly pale, but he was handsome and had a dignified aura. This person was the master of the ghost palace of Plentiful City, the Ghost Emperor of Plentiful City. Ghost Emperor of Plentiful City was definitely one of the most powerful existences in the mortal realm. At this time, along with the revival of the god in the purple gold sword, the Tao platform also resonated. That little guy is really good at stirring things up. Ghost Emperor of Plentiful City muttered to himself. At this time, the setting sun devil lair no longer existed. High up in the sky, it was filled with a supreme aura that could crush the sky. This supreme aura was so powerful that it made people feel hopeless. The battle in the chaotic void was still going on. What's going on? It's been so long, and we still haven't gotten rid of that guy. The primordial fierce dragon was a little impatient. It wanted to stare at the corpse of the god ancestor. Otherwise, it would have already taken action. The corpse of the god ancestor was something that even the primordial fierce dragon coveted. However, the primordial fierce dragon knew that this was something that Gu Fei wanted. It could not take it. After all, it was greatly indebted to Gu Fei. After all, it was Gu Fei's credit that the peerless fierce saber could be reassembled. If it were not for Gu Fei, the primordial fierce saber might still have been broken into 2, and it would be difficult to reassemble. It was the same for the purple gold sword. It was originally severely injured. It was Gu Fei who helped it to reassemble its soul and recover. The 3 Boundaries Monument and the Human Emperor Divine Mace were both spiritual objects. They were supreme divine weapons refined by an invincible expert. However, they disdained to do such a despicable thing as betraying their current owners. At this time, the 3 gods sealed the corpse of the god ancestor. Not long after, a hazy figure walked out from the broken void. The setting sun devil lair was killed by the Three Boundaries Monument, but the Supreme Emperor Demon Halberd escaped. At this point, the setting sun devil lair, the last fearsome place in the God-down sea, was also erased from the world by Gu Fei. It no longer existed. However, the white-haired demon dweller among the setting sun demons had escaped. The white-haired demon dweller was extremely powerful. It was definitely a trouble in the future. However, Gu Fei could not care less about the demon dweller now. After all, he had obtained the most precious thing in the world. Very quickly, the four supreme divine weapons transformed into powerful existences and sealed the corpse of the god ancestor. Then, they brought the corpse back to the valley where Gu Fei was. The battle came to an end. The horrifying supreme aura disappeared from the world. Countless living beings in the God-down sea heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 24:41. Even in the three realms and six Tao, it was rare to find a place where gods and devils coexisted. This was because the divine essence and the devil essence were two kinds of essence qis that walked on two extremes. In the chaos, once the divine essence and devil essence met, they would cancel each other out. Therefore, the place where the innate ancestor god was born would not have devil essence qi. Conversely, the place where the innate devil ancestor was born would not have divine essence qi. Gods and devils were born to be enemies. However, there were no absolutes in the world. There were some special places where the innate god ancestor and the innate devil ancestor could be born at the same time. The setting sun devil cave was such a special place. Before the heaven and earth were created, there were already two strong essence qis. One essence qi was so divine that it turned into the innate god fetus, which gave birth to an innate deity. The other essence qi was devil qi, which gave birth to the innate devil fetus, which was the setting sun devil ancestor. The setting sun devil ancestor was born before the god ancestor. Therefore, the unfortunate god ancestor met with tragedy. At that time, the setting sun devil ancestor was planning for the future. Therefore, he only destroyed the divine soul of the innate god ancestor, but did not destroy the innate god ancestor's source power. The source power of the innate god ancestor had been sealed by the setting sun devil ancestor in the depths of the setting sun devil cave. The old man who failed in nirvana on the deserted island knew this secret and wanted to obtain the source power of the innate god ancestor. If the old man obtained the source power of the innate god ancestor, he would have a 60% chance of succeeding in nirvana. However, it was impossible for the old man to obtain the source power of the innate god ancestor. This was because the source power of the innate god ancestor was sealed by the extreme devil formation. Only a supreme master of extreme Tao or several supreme divine weapons could break the formation and obtain the source power of the innate god ancestor. Gu Fei succeeded. The three supreme divine weapons and the human emperor divine weapon brought back the corpse of the innate god ancestor, which contained the strongest source power of the innate god ancestor. Even the gods in the supreme divine artifact were envious of this power. After all, the original power of the innate god ancestor was the supreme power of the supreme master level. If he swallowed this power, even the setting sun evil lord, who only had his devil soul left, could be reborn. Unfortunately, the setting sun demon ancestor didn't have such a chance because he was killed by the gods in the three boundaries steel. The setting sun demon ancestor's fate was extremely miserable. Gu Fei returned to the falling stars continent as soon as he got the original power of the innate ancestor god. After he returned to the falling star continent, he immediately went into closed-door cultivation and left everything to the Iron Blood Taoist and the three Saint Venerables to handle. He became a hands-off shopkeeper. Gu Fei's place of seclusion was the demon clan's ancestral court on the Starfall continent. The power of heaven and earth, there was a pattern where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered, and it was also where the ancestral earth vein of the Starfall continent was located. How can I refine this power? In the ancestral grounds of the monster race, Gu Fei sat cross-legged in a stone chamber. An ancient cauldron floated in front of him, shrouded in primordial chaos qi. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If you want to know something, you have to pay the corresponding price. A divine thought came from the mountain and river cauldron. The gods in the mountain and river cauldron also woke up, but the gods and the other divine weapons of the extreme Tao fell into a deep sleep again. Even the gods and the human emperor divine weapon chose to sleep. Are you kidding me? What kind of relationship do we have? Why won't you help me? Gu Fei said, It's not that I don't want to help. Back then, you took away my chaotic origin embryo, which hurt my vitality. I haven't recovered even now. The god in the mountain and river cauldron said. This, Gu Fei was stunned. Back then, the chaotic origin embryo in the mountain and river cauldron rushed into his sea of consciousness between his eyebrows. The inner world between his eyebrows was formed by the chaotic origin embryo. Actually, you can definitely give me what I want. The god in the mountain and river cauldron said. Then tell me first, what do you want from me? Gu Fei was not stupid. He had a lot of things with him. If the god in the mountain and river cauldron asked for too much, he would suffer a great loss. Hehe, you're quite a shrewd kid. At this time, a figure walked out of the mountain and river cauldron. It was a wretched old man. It was the first time that Gu Fei saw the appearance of the god in the mountain and river cauldron. He never thought that the god in the mountain and river cauldron would look like this. What? Haven't you seen a handsome guy before? The old man said with a smile. Gu Fei almost burst out laughing when he heard this. This old man was definitely not a handsome guy, but it seemed like this old man was feeling good about himself. Tell me, what do you want? Gu Fei held back the urge to laugh out loud and said, Hee, it's not something rare. If you can't refine that much of the essence of the god ancestor, how about giving the rest to me? The smile on the old man's face became wider. What? Gu Fei was stunned. He did not expect that the old man also wanted the origin energy of the innate god ancestor. The amount of origin energy that he could refine alone was limited. If he agreed to the old man's request, he might be working for someone else. If you agree, I will teach you how to refine the essence of the Supreme Master, the old man said. This, Gu Fei hesitated. Don't hesitate. What I give you is not ordinary. If you don't agree, it will be your loss. The little old man wanted to obtain Gu Fei's promise. Only then would he be able to obtain what he wanted in a justifiable manner. Snatching something from a junior was something he couldn't bring himself to do. The corpse of the innate god ancestor was suppressed in the mountain and river cauldron. However, the origin energy of the innate god ancestor was very important to Gu Fei. If he could successfully refine this power, his cultivation would definitely soar, and he might even be qualified to break through the Supreme Master realm. Do you agree or not? If not, I will go to sleep. The old man seemed to be a little impatient. Okay. After thinking for a while, Gu Fei nodded and said, Haha, that's what you said. Don't go back on your words. The old man was very happy. Then, he pointed his finger and a wave of divine thoughts entered Gu Fei's mind. It was a cultivation method of a secret skill. Soon, Gu Fei's face changed. I did not expect there to be such a secret skill in this world. Chapter 2442. All methods return to the origin. I can use all the power in the 3 realms and the 6 paths. Such a secret technique. When Gu Fei received the secret technique imparted by the god in the mountain and river cauldron, couldn't help being shocked to the extreme. This is definitely a supreme technique, only at the supreme level. To be able to create such a heaven-defying secret technique. Little fellow, are you satisfied with the deal? The god within the mountain and river cauldron that had transformed into a little old man smiled at Gu Fei. This secret technique was a supreme technique created by the supreme being who had refined it. This was one of the many supreme arts left behind by that supreme existence. This secret art. It was not like the void secret created by the Tao ancestor, because the secret word of void was to dissolve all the essence qi in the world. But it's a waste of essence qi. And the god in the mountain and river cauldron taught this secret technique to Gu Fei. But not only can it dissolve all kinds of essence in the world, he could even transform the essence of the world into a part of his own power. Why do I feel that you seem to have grasped some sort of supreme inheritance? Gu Fei looked at the little old man in front of him, said suspiciously. Little fellow, don't be greedy. If you're too greedy, be careful you get nothing. The little old man gave Gu Fei a meaningful look. Then he stopped smiling. To say something like that, old man, you're still hiding some good stuff. Gu Fei's eyes lit up. You'd better not have any ideas about me, you little fellow, the young fellow said quickly. Hee. Gu Fei chuckled softly. Then he said nothing more. All right. You need to master this secret technique as soon as possible. Then he could refine the original power of the god ancestor. Don't forget our deal. Otherwise, you're gonna die a horrible death. The little old man brandished his fists. He pretended to be fierce and said to Gu Fei, Got it, Gu Fei said snappily. Then the figure of the little old man dissipated into the void, turned into a beam of divine light into the mountain and river cauldron, and went back to sleep. All techniques returned to origin, in a stone chamber deep within the demon clan's ancestral grounds. Gu Fei began to comprehend this secret technique. He had a feeling. The Great Tribulation will come soon. When the time comes, the power of the scourge disappears. I don't know what's going to happen. Only by grasping absolute power. In order to survive the catastrophe. For the lives of the weak. In the hands of the strong. While Gu Fei was in seclusion, but in the falling stars continent, undercurrents were flowing. The Starfall continent is much vaster than the other two continents on this continent. To hide a lot of secrets, even the ageless witch child, although on the surface he was the ruler of the falling stars continent, but there were some beings that even he didn't want to provoke. Most of the forces in the falling stars continent had surrendered to Gu Fei. However, some forces didn't think much of Gu Fei. They had no intention of surrendering. Patriarch, that Gu Fei emissary is here again. On the falling stars continent, on the peak of a mountain that reached into the clouds, a middle-aged man in a black robe walked into the largest palace on the mountain peak. He said to an old man in the main hall, Humph cut. The old man looked mighty. He had a straight eyebrow. His entire body exuded an incomparably powerful, baleful aura. Between the opening and closing of his eyes, there was a flash of light. Yes, Patriarch. The black-robed middle-aged man accepted the order and left. Soon, a general wearing silver armor and immortal robes was escorted out. Then, the black-robed middle-aged man pulled out a shiny black saber. He raised his hand and the saber fell, chopping down the general with his saber. Mixed Rock Clan, how dare you? Just as the black-robed middle-aged man cut the silver-armored general with his saber, on another mountain peak tens of thousands of miles away, a white-robed boy's expression turned gloomy. He sent 3 emissaries to the Rock Palace. But these 3 envoys were all killed by the Kuan Peng race. It made his blood boil, itching to exterminate the Kuan Peng race, but the Rock Clan was not to be trifled with. This was the inheritance of the Kuan Peng, the most powerful divine beast in the ancient times. Within the bodies of the Kuan Peng race, the blood of the Kuan Peng flows in his veins. Of course, a pure-blooded Kuan Peng cannot appear. But even if these descendants are not pure-blooded Kuan Pengs, but it's also incredibly powerful. Even the immortal demon child was somewhat apprehensive. Since you guys are so ruthless, then don't blame me for being cruel. On the mountain peak, the unold devil child turned around and left in a huff in an instant. He disappeared from the world. What do you think? In Gu Fei's base camp, inside a large tent, there were several people sitting. That South Heaven Divinity Purple, Sun, Heavenly Emperor Iron Blood Taoist, and the others are also present. At that moment, the phantom child is back outside. He walked into the tent. Iron Blood Taoist asked immediately. The Kuan Peng race refused to surrender. That means a lot to him. Definitely not a good thing. This Kuan Peng race really doesn't know what's good for them. That old fellow killed 3 of the envoys I sent out. This is too much. After the phantom child sat down, his face was terrifyingly gloomy. This time, he was really angry. The leader of the Kuan Peng race. Usually, he would put himself in his eyes. But, this time, it was different from before. The Kuan Peng race is not a match for Gu Fei. If they don't know what's good for them. If they fight against Gu Fei, in the end, they will still die. Of course, the phantom child would not warn the Kuan Peng race. He was happy for the Kuan Peng race to go against Gu Fei. In this way, the Kurenpong race will be exterminated. It's only a matter of time. What? Iron Blood Taoist was furious. Since the Kurenpong race doesn't know what's good for them, then we don't need to be polite to them. Then let's mobilize our troops and exterminate this race. Iron Blood Taoist said hatefully. The two armies fought, without killing the envoys. The Kurenpong race is too arrogant. They killed 3 envoys sent out by the Phantom Child. This is equivalent to giving everyone 3 resounding slaps in the face. That's right. South Heaven Divinity nodded. The Kurenpong race of the Falling Stars continent. They are extremely powerful, even if he is far away in the Clear Moon continent. He has heard of them. The Kurenpong race does not take the Phantom Child seriously at all. The Phantom Child is the ruler of the Falling Stars continent in name, but he can't mobilize any expert of the Kurenpong race. Then why are you talking so much? Let's mobilize our troops immediately. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang spoke. Should we inform Master? Red Dragon was also present. He is Gu Fei's disciple. Although his cultivation is not high, he has not become a sage. But his identity is there. No one dares to underestimate him. Master is in seclusion. We should not disturb him. Miss Yin is also cultivating in the ancestral land of the demon race. I think this time, we should make our own decision. Iron Blood Taoist pondered for a while. Then he said, All right then. Red Dragon nodded. Then, everyone began to move. Soon, groups of immortal soldiers soared into the sky, gathering in the sky. Chapter 24:43. Meanwhile, the strongest immortal soldiers and generals from the 3 continents had gathered on the Starfall continent. It was a formidable force that could sweep across the human world. The Iron Blood Taoist and the others believed that quality was more important than quantity. Therefore, they picked 100,000 immortal soldiers and a few thousand generals from the 3 continents. The 100,000 immortal soldiers and generals were the elites of the 3 continents. Their combat strength was much stronger than 1,000,000 immortal soldiers. At noon, the 100,000 immortal soldiers had gathered into 10 square formations. Banners fluttered in the wind while wild beasts roared. 3 chariots were parked in front of each formation. 3 divine generals stood on the chariots in front of each formation, while over 10 divine generals stood behind the chariots. No one spoke at the moment. Only the beasts pulling the chariots were letting out deep roars. Strong gusts of wind would blow from time to time, causing the banners to flutter in the wind. The Iron Blood Taoist and the 3 sacred sovereigns wore divine armor and arrived before the 100,000 immortal soldiers and generals. Without wasting any time, the Iron Blood Taoist gave the order to march toward the Kurenpong tribe's ancestral court. The murderous auras emitted by the 100,000 immortal soldiers gathered together, causing the sky to change color. Rumble. The 100,000 immortal soldiers swept across the sky, causing the rift to tremble. Wherever they passed, powerful creatures immediately backed away in fear. Even the most ferocious wild beasts in the mountains did not dare to roar. Clanmaster, this is bad. The unaging demon child is leading 100,000 immortal soldiers to our ancestral court. At this moment, a black-robed middle-aged man rushed into the Kurenpong Palace at the peak of the mountain where the Kurenpong clan's ancestral court was located. He reported to the old man sitting on the throne. What are you panicking for? We'll deal with the situation as it comes. Since the unaging demon child doesn't want to live anymore, we'll fulfill his wish. The old man said coldly. A murderous intent burst out from his body. His eyes flickered with a golden light as a powerful aura spread out, causing the surrounding rift to become unstable. Clanmaster, it's different this time. The unaging demon child has invited Supremacy South Heaven and Heaven Monarch Ziyang. The black-robed middle-aged man quickly said, What? The leader of the Kurenping race, who was sitting on his throne, was moved. If it was just the unaging demon child, it would be easier to deal with. However, now that Supremacy South Heaven and Heavenly Monarch Ziyang were here, it was no longer the same. One should know that they were both sacred supremacies. Activate the ancestral formation and block those fellows outside. The old clan leader of the Rock Clan gave the order. Very soon, a few figures rushed out of the Rock Palace and disappeared into the horizon. Boom! With a loud bang, an extremely powerful spiritual wave burst out from the ancestral land of the Kuanping clan. A ball of divine light emerged from the ancestral land of the Kuanping clan and quickly spread out, covering the entire ancestral land of the Kuanping clan. Above that layer of divine light, there were runes circulating. This was the ancestral formation of the Kuanping clan. Legend had it that the son of the ancient divine beast, the Kuanping, had laid down this ancestral formation. This was an extremely powerful imperial formation. Among the descendants of the Kuanping, one of them had reached the ultimate emperor realm and laid down an extremely powerful imperial formation to protect the descendants of the Kuanping on the Starfall continent. The activation of the ancestral formation alerted all the clansmen in the ancestral court of the Kuanping clan. The elders of the Kuanping clan who had long forgotten about worldly affairs also came out. What's going on? An elder walked into the Kuanping palace at the peak of the mountain and asked the old clan leader, "Someone wants to unify the Starfall continent and has set their eyes on the Kuanping clan." The old clan leader of the Kuanping clan said, "What? How is this possible?" The elder could not help but be shocked when he heard this. One should know that the Starfall continent was very vast. It was almost impossible to become the ruler of the Starfall continent. The unaging demon child was a good example. This was not a trivial matter. Soon, all the experts of the Kuanping clan gathered in the Kuanping palace. Some of them who liked to fight loudly shouted that they would not hesitate to fight. However, some people felt that there was no need to fight the unaging demon child and the others. These people wanted to maintain the status quo. They would submit in name, but in reality, they would have absolute freedom and autonomy. Just when the Kuanping clan could not reach a consensus, the Iron Blood Taoist and the others led the 100,000 immortal soldiers to the periphery of the Kuanping clan's ancestral ground. Stop. Soon, the Iron Blood Taoist gave the order to stop because a layer of transparent divine light appeared in front of them. There were faint runes on the divine light. The Kuanping clan has activated the ancestral formation, the unaging demon child said. The unold demon child said. This was an extremely famous great emperor formation. Even he who grasped an extreme demonic weapon like the black tortoise imprint couldn't break through this great formation back then. If the unaging demon child could break the Kuanping clan's ancestral formation back then, the Kuanping clan would have been wiped out long ago. At this time, the powerful saint-level beings of the three continents were also gathered by the Iron Blood Taoist and followed him to the battle. Unaging demon child, what are you doing? Just when the army stopped, a loud shout came from the supreme imperial formation. A middle-aged man in a black robe appeared in the ancestral formation. What do you think I'm doing? The unaging demon child took a step forward and said coldly, "These people actually dared to kill the 3 great envoys I sent out. They're too arrogant. Do you want to start a war? My Kuanping clan has never been afraid of anyone since ancient times. Break the formation if you have the guts." The black-robed middle-aged man said disdainfully. He knew the power of the supreme imperial formation. As long as he did not go out, the other party could not do anything to him. Haha, this time, your Kuanping clan is going to be unlucky. The unaging demon child suddenly laughed. Could it be? The black-robed middle-aged man in the ancestral formation seemed to have thought of something and could not help but be surprised. Since the other party dared to come here, they were probably really prepared. The black-robed middle-aged man felt a trace of uneasiness. At this time, a shocking murderous aura burst out from the ancestral land of the Kuanping clan. Then, silhouettes could be seen coming from the sky. They were the warriors of the Kuanping clan in black armor. There were not many of them, only a few thousand of them, but they gave people the feeling that there were thousands of them. When the warriors of the Kuanping clan appeared, the unaging demon child had already made his move. He flipped his right hand, and a huge seal surrounded by water vapor appeared in his hand. Kill. Chapter 24:44. The strength of the Kuanping clan was undeniable. The black-robed middle-aged man, Kuren Huang, was an extremely powerful saint sovereign. The Kuanping clan had 2 saint sovereigns. This was unimaginable to the other clans of the Starfall continent. One clan had 2 saint sovereigns. This was also why the unold demon child was so wary of the Kuanpung clan. Rumble. At that moment, the unaging demon child made his move. A large seal flew out from his hand, exuding a vast and mighty ultimate emperor power. A black sea appeared around him, and the image of a black tortoise could be faintly seen within the black sea. Boom! Without hesitation, the unold demon child used the Xuanwu seal and attacked the formation in front of him. Ultimate emperor power erupted, causing the ancestral formation to shake. A Xuanwu broke through the black waves and charged directly at the ancestral formation of the Kuanpung clan. This scene caused everyone to be incomparably shocked. Everyone watched this scene nervously. Even the Kuanpung clan's Saint Sovereign, Kuan Huang, stared at the black tortoise seal that was flying towards him. Bang! With a muffled sound, the huge Xuanwu shadow crashed into the ancestral formation of the Kuanpung clan. The powerful ultimate emperor power exploded, causing the entire ancestral formation to shake. Ancient inscriptions appeared in the sky and wove together to form a series of abstruse diagrams. These diagrams drew upon the power of the ultimate emperor realm and blocked the black tortoise seal's attack. "Don't waste your energy," Kuan Huang said coldly. Kuan Huang said coldly. The Kuanpung race's ancestral formation had protected the Kuanpung race for countless years. It was not that easy to break through. Is that so? In the Black Sea, the unold demon child stood on top of the waves. His eyes turned cold, and his body shone with demonic light. 9 Saint Sovereign Tao patterns appeared on his body. Boom! The Xuanwu seal flew up, and the spiritual qi in the surroundings gathered crazily. 9 ultimate Emperor Tao patterns appeared on the Xuanwu seal. They looked like 9 tiny Xuanwu tortoises circling around the seal. Roar! The Xuanwu seal turned into a Xuanwu the size of a mountain. Its entire body shone with ultimate Emperor Tao light, and the entire world seemed to be collapsing. The divine might of the Emperor plane shook the heavens. At this moment, the countless living beings on the falling star continent felt a fear that originated from the depths of their souls. All of the living creatures knelt in the direction of the black tortoise seal, as if they were kowtowing to the ultimate king. Buzz! At the same time, the ancestral formation of the Kuanpung clan rumbled. Countless Tao runes intertwined. A giant fish appeared above the ancestral formation of the Kuanpung clan. Then, it transformed into a rock that soared into the sky and charged towards the black tortoise. The ancestral formation of the Kuanping race could not only defend, it could also attack. This was the ultimate power of the Kuanping, and the power of a collision could even shatter the stars in the sky. This was the world-destroying might of the Kuanping striking the heavens. It was terrifying to the extreme. The 2 ultimate Emperor realm energies collided. This was definitely a disaster. The shockwaves from the collision shook the entire falling star continent. Even Gu Fei, who was in seclusion, was startled by the shockwaves. What's going on? Gu Fei was in the middle of cultivating the Dharma convergence technique within a stone room in the ancestral grounds of the beasts. At that moment, the aura of the ultimate king realm surged towards him, causing him to almost lose his mind. This sort of supreme technique could not be disturbed while cultivating. Even someone as powerful as Gu Fei was affected by it, and blood began to trickle down the corner of his mouth. 2 beams of light shot out of his eyes. How could there be such a powerful existence on the falling star continent at a time like this? Before Gu Fei had gone into seclusion, he had no idea what was happening with the Kuanping race. It's the black tortoise seal. Who is the undying demonic child fighting with? Gu Fei muttered to himself. He was very familiar with the aura of the black tortoise seal, but he was very unfamiliar with the other ripples of power that were no weaker than the black tortoise seal. What's going on? Yen emerged from her seclusion as well. This ultimate Emperor realm aura made her feel a great deal of pressure, making it difficult for her to calm down and cultivate. The Kuanping race has rebelled. Some of the old monsters among the monsters muttered to themselves. At this moment, outside the ancestral grounds of the Kuanping race, the Iron Blood Taoist led his army and retreated thousands of miles away. Even so, the ultimate Emperor realm aura was still extremely powerful, making him feel suffocated even though he was a saint. The falling star continent was different from the setting sun demon lair. There was no chaotic power that blocked the power of heaven's wrath, but here, the power of heaven's wrath still existed. No one dared to undo the seal on their bodies and recover their saint-level cultivation here. Rumble. Thunder rumbled in the sky as dazzling bolts of lightning appeared in the sky. This was definitely not a good thing, as it was a sign that the power of heaven's wrath was about to descend. The power of the black tortoise seal and the ancestral formation of the Kuanpung had both surpassed the saint level. The power of heaven's wrath in the human world had been triggered. No one could surpass the power of heaven's wrath, not even a saint who had already attained the Tao. Only someone like Zhang Huang, who had an extremely powerful technique, could ignore the power of heaven's wrath. However, how many supreme existences like Zhang Huang were there in the human world? The fact that Zhang Huang was still in the human world was only an accident. At this moment, the unaging demon child had already sensed the threat from the sky. It was as if a supreme being was looking down on him from above. The unaging demon child's heart was pounding. He knew that he was about to cross the red line. Once he did, the power of heaven's wrath would mercilessly obliterate him. The power of heaven's wrath was an existence that surpassed the great Tao of heaven and earth. Even someone as powerful as a saint would find it difficult to resist this power. If nothing unexpected happened, the unaging demon child would be completely destroyed once the power of heaven's wrath descended. Damn it! The unaging demon child was very unwilling, but he did not want to take the risk. He had a certain understanding of how terrifying the power of heaven's wrath was, so he was not completely clueless. He could only retract the black tortoise seal. The powerful power of the ultimate emperor realm retreated like the tide and disappeared into the black tortoise seal. At this moment, the black-robed middle-aged man from the Kuanping clan, Kuan Huang, also sensed the fluctuations of the power of heaven's wrath. This shocked him to the core. The suffocating pressure of the ultimate emperor realm dissipated. At this moment, all the creatures on the falling stars continent heaved a sigh of relief. I told you not to waste your energy. Kuan Huang stared at the retreating unaging demon child. The pressure of the ultimate emperor realm has disappeared. As the unaging demon child retracted the black tortoise seal, Gu Fei, who was in the ancestral grounds of the demon race, was about to step out of his seclusion when he sensed the ultimate emperor realm power retreating like the tide. Then, he did not step out of the stone room. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate the Dharma Convergence divine technique. Kuanping clan, don't be so full of yourself. Chapter 24:45. The Kuanping race didn't know how powerful Gu Fei was, but the unaging demon child wouldn't warn them. He wanted nothing more than for the Kuanping race to make a ruckus, the better. That way, Gu Fei would have no choice but to take action. Once Gu Fei took action, the Kuanping race wouldn't be far from extinction. The unold demon child knew very well that Gu Fei could even destroy the setting sun demons. Although the Kuanping race was strong, they couldn't be stronger than the setting sun demons. Seal the entire ancestral land of the Kuanping race. The unold demon child gave the order to his subordinates. Then, the experts of the monster race immediately took action. They rushed in all directions and set up a formation to seal the void. Very soon, the atmosphere of the world changed. The essence of the world was drawn towards the formation that sealed the ancestral land of the Kuanping race. Then, Hierarch South Heaven and Heavenly Emperor Zi Yang also took action. There was no suspense. The ancestral land of the Kuanping race was enveloped by a formation, making it impossible for anyone to leave. The area where the ancestral land of the Kuanping race was immediately filled with a murderous aura. Countless living beings didn't dare to approach and fled far away. The unold demon child wanted to trap all the people of the Kuanping race in the ancestral land. However, he also knew that even if he sealed the ancestral land, he wouldn't be able to trap all the people of the Kuanping race inside. However, attacking by force wasn't a solution. It would be very risky. If they accidentally crossed the red line and triggered the power of heaven's wrath, they would be the unlucky ones. The unold demon child was very clear about the consequences of attacking by force. Surrender. You are no match for us. Iron Blood Taoist walked out and shouted to everyone in the Kuan Peng race's ancestral land. His voice spread throughout the entire ancestral land. On the tallest mountain in the ancestral land of the Kuan Peng race, a sneer came from the Kuan Peng palace. It was the voice of an old man. As the descendant of the Kuan Peng race, the Kuan Peng race inherited the bloodline of the Kuan Peng race. Naturally, they had the right to be arrogant. You want us to surrender? That's impossible. Stop dreaming. The voice of the Kuan Peng race's Saint Venerable Kuan Huang rang out. Is that so? Then let's just wait. When my master comes out of seclusion, it will be the time of your clan's annihilation. The Iron Blood Taoist was not in a hurry and said calmly, Haha, what a joke. What kind of ability does that Gu Fei have? I heard that he's just a little saint ruler, but you guys actually serve him and become his lackeys. You guys have a body full of ability, but you've lived like a dog. Kuan Huang's unbridled laughter rang out from the Kuan Peng clan's ancestral land, his voice full of disdain. Damn it! Iron Blood Taoist was furious, but he knew that apart from Gu Fei, even the ageless demon child would find it difficult to break into the Kuan Peng race's ancestral land. When my master comes out of seclusion, there will be time for you to cry. Qilong said viciously. The other party actually dared to look down on his master. He really didn't know what was good for him. In his opinion, his master was definitely not someone who could be bullied so easily. If the Kuan Peng race went too far, they would really face the danger of annihilation. Gu Fei is just a little saint ruler. If he dares to come, I'll directly kill him. Kuan Huang's cold voice rang out from the ancestral formation of the Kuan Peng race. Too arrogant. Outside the ancestral land of the Kuan Peng race, everyone's expressions changed when they heard this. It seemed like the Kuan Peng race was going to be in big trouble. Everyone knew that although Gu Fei was only a saint ruler, he possessed supreme weapons. Once those weapons were awakened, let alone supreme emperor formations, even supreme formations would not be able to stop them. At this moment, the Iron Blood Taoist did not waste any more words with Kuan Huang. He mobilized an army of 100,000 and surrounded the ancestral land of the Kuan Peng race. However, although they were suppressed by the formation and surrounded by the army of 100,000, the clansmen of the Kuan Peng race did not panic. They were all calm. The ancestral land of the Kuan Peng race was self-sufficient. It was not easy to trap the Kuan Peng race in its ancestral land. At this time, there was no other way but to wait for Gu Fei to come out of seclusion. Time flew and soon, 5 days had passed. During these 5 days, waves of fluctuations came from a stone chamber in the ancestral land of the demon clan from time to time. In the stone chamber, Gu Fei had already comprehended the secret skill of all powers to Yuan, which was taught to him by the deity in the mountain and river cauldron. Then, he began to refine the original power of the god ancestor. It was not easy to refine the original power of the god ancestor. He directly used the god-snatching secret skill, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal way, and entered the flesh shell of the god ancestor with his divine thoughts. Then, he used the secret skill of all powers to refine the flesh shell of the god ancestor from the inside. Gu Fei's seclusion lasted for half a year. The secret skill of all powers to Yuan was really amazing. During this time, he had refined 40 to 50% of the original power of the god ancestor in the flesh shell of the god ancestor. After the chaotic martial body had swallowed 40 to 50% of the original power of the god ancestor, it became more powerful. It directly made Gu Fei's cultivation break through from the Saint King realm to the Saint Emperor realm. If he could completely refine the original power of the god ancestor in the flesh shell of the god ancestor, Gu Fei's cultivation could go to a higher level and become a holy master. The chaotic martial body kept swallowing the original power of the god ancestor and gradually changed. Gu Fei could clearly feel that there was an immortal divinity in his martial body. At this time, Gu Fei's martial body was indestructible. Because of the existence of the immortal divinity, even if Gu Fei did not use the supreme divine weapon to protect himself, the existence of the Holy Master could not really hurt him. He finally cultivated the indestructible martial body, which was immortal and indestructible. It could exist forever between heaven and earth. When Gu Fei cultivated the fruit of the Saint Emperor, All the experts in the ancestors' land of the demon clan felt a great wave coming from the stone chamber. Even the old demon child and the others were extremely shocked. In such a short time, Gu Fei's cultivation broke through again. Fortunately, when Gu Fei broke through, he had used the power of the cauldron of mountain and river to seal the surrounding void, so that the power of the divine wrath could not sense the existence of Gu Fei. Otherwise, Gu Fei would be in danger. The cauldron of mountain and river was a supreme divine weapon that contained the god's will. Moreover, the god's will in the cauldron of mountain and river had been refined by Gu Fei. However, the imprint of the Supreme Master was difficult to erase. The god's will in the cauldron of mountain and river would gradually recover, and there would be no change. Only a Supreme Master of the Extreme Way could really erase the immortal imprint left by the Supreme Master on the Supreme Divine Weapon. Gu Fei was not an extreme supremacy. Although he had refined extreme saint weapons before, these extreme saint weapons that he had refined would not belong to him in the end. Chapter 2446. It's time to face the tribulation. In the demon race's ancestral land, Gu Fei opened the door of the stone chamber and walked out. The sunlight outside was so bright that he couldn't open his eyes. It took him a while to adapt. Gu Fei raised his head and saw a divine sun hanging high in the sky. It was around noon. "Master, you've finally come out." At this time, two figures walked over from afar and bowed to Gu Fei. These two were Crimson Dragon and Yao Yu. Right now, only Crimson Dragon and Yao Yu were by Gu Fei's side. "Come with me for a walk," Gu Fei said and walked out. The demon race's ancestral land of the fallen star continent was definitely a divine land. Below the ground was the fallen star continent's ancestral vein. This divine land was nourished by the spiritual energy of the earth day and night. It was naturally extraordinary. The mountain ridges here were winding like dragons coiling on the ground. Between the ridges, waterfalls and springs were embellished, and pavilions could be faintly seen. From time to time, divine birds and spirit beasts could be seen leisurely wandering around the streams. At this time, Gu Fei and his two disciples were walking on a small path in the forest. There were plum blossom trees on both sides of the path. Each of the plum blossom trees had very thick trunks, and no one knew how old they were. A gentle breeze blew by, causing plum blossoms to fall from the branches and float down. Walking on such a path, smelling the faint fragrance of flowers, Gu Fei's heart felt a rare sense of tranquility. No wonder so many people wanted to be hermits. This kind of life in the mountains was really something people yearned for. This made Gu Fei temporarily forget about the bloodshed. Gu Fei walked slowly and didn't say anything. He had sealed his saint realm cultivation and was like an ordinary person, trying to comprehend this sense of tranquility. Sometimes, tranquility was also very blissful. Crimson Dragon and Yao Yu followed behind Gu Fei. Gu Fei didn't say anything, so they didn't dare to. They could vaguely feel that the current master was somewhat different from before. However, they only had this feeling. They couldn't really tell what was different about Gu Fei. The path led to a lake. The lake wasn't big, but it was a forbidden area in the demon race's ancestral land. Of course, in Gu Fei's eyes, there was no place in the entire demon race's ancestral land that was forbidden to him. A forbidden area was a place for the weak. In the face of absolute power, a forbidden area was no longer a forbidden area. That's the Dragon Transformation Lake. Crimson Dragon and Yao Yu were surprised to see that Gu Fei did not stop and continued walking forward. The Dragon Transformation Lake had a special significance to the Falling Stars continent's fiend race. Because the Dragon Transformation Lake was connected to the ancestral vein beneath the earth, the Dragon Transformation Lake contained the ancestral vein's draconic chi. When the Flood Dragon race reached the stage of dragon transformation, they could enter the lake and bathe in the lake water, and they would become a true dragon. At the end of the path was a pavilion that was built beside the Dragon Transformation Lake. When Gu Fei and the others arrived at the pavilion, they could see a colorful glow flowing on the surface of the lake. A cool and refreshing aura gushed out from the lake. The Dragon Transformation Lake truly lives up to its name. Gu Fei observed carefully and discovered that there were runes faintly visible in the layer of light that enveloped the lake. These were definitely not runes left behind by those who achieved the Tao, but innate runes formed naturally by the heaven and earth. Crimson Dragon, your cultivation has reached a bottleneck, right? It's time for you to transform into a dragon. Gu Fei pondered for a moment and said, Master, this Crimson Dragon naturally knew what Gu Fei meant. However, the heaven's wrath was still present in this world. The mortal world was definitely not a place to undergo tribulation and become a sacred dragon. Don't worry, I have my own arrangements. Just prepare yourself. Gu Fei disapprovingly said. He knew what Crimson Dragon was worried about. The heaven's wrath in the mortal world would most likely disappear soon. Once that happened, the 3 realms and 6 Tao would fall into chaos. The Golden Age would come to an end. Darkness would descend upon the world. At that time, it was unknown how many people would survive. Yes, Crimson Dragon was both surprised and happy. He knew that since his master said so, his master would definitely think of a way for him to undergo tribulation. If that was the case, he would be able to successfully undergo tribulation and become a sacred dragon. Although the name of the flood dragon had the word dragon in it, it was not a pure-blooded true dragon. However, once it transformed into a sacred dragon, it could transform into a true dragon. Congratulations, senior brother. Yao Yu quickly congratulated Crimson Dragon. She was incomparably envious. One must know that she hadn't even touched the boundary of the Saint Realm yet. She had no idea how long it would take for her to reach the Saint Realm. Work hard, and you will have a day like this too. Gu Fei said. Before the arrival of the Great Tribulation, he would do his best to raise the cultivation base of his disciples, because only by becoming stronger would they be able to live longer. Yes, Master. This disciple will work hard and definitely won't let Master lose face. Yao Yu happily said, All right, what happened while I was in seclusion? Both of you, tell me one by one. Gu Fei retracted his gaze from the dragon transformation lake and sat down on a stone bench in the pavilion. He glanced at Crimson Dragon and Yao Yu without any expression on his face.
Yes.
Crimson Dragon and Yao Yu hurriedly replied. They were still a little reserved in front of Gu Fei. Hence, Crimson Dragon and Yao Yu told Gu Fei everything that happened in the Starfall continent in detail. After that, they looked at Gu Fei. The Kunping race rebelled? Gu Fei was a little surprised. He didn't think that there would still be people who dared to not submit. This Kunping race was really interesting. Could they be the descendants of the ancient Kunping? He didn't say anything. The Kunping was extremely famous in the ancient times. It was one of the 10 ancient divine beasts and was strong enough to compete with Supremes. Could it be that the Kunping race dared to rebel because their ancestor was a Kunping? Gu Fei thought of many things. It seemed that the Kunping race was not simple. Otherwise, how could the unold monster child and the others not be able to deal with this race? One had to know that the unold monster child had the supreme king demon weapon, the black tortoiseel. I'm about to undergo my tribulation, but I can't be distracted. Go tell the unold monster child to maintain the status quo for now. We'll talk about everything after my tribulation. Gu Fei thought about it and said, Master, you're about to undergo your tribulation. Crimson Dragon and Yao Yu were both surprised and overjoyed. This meant that their master's cultivation had broken through again. Their master was already a saint ruler. If he broke through again, wouldn't he be a saint emperor? Congratulations on your great progress in cultivation, Master. Crimson Dragon and Yao Yu hurriedly stood up and bowed to Gu Fei. All right, there's no need to be so formal between us. You can all leave. Let me be alone for a while. Gu Fei waved his hand.
Yes.
Crimson Dragon and Yao Yu glanced at each other, then bowed to Gu Fei and left the pavilion. Saint Emperor's tribulation, where should I go? Chapter 24:47. The power of the heavenly wrath still existed in the human world. Undergoing the Saint Emperor tribulation in the human world was definitely courting death. Power that was above the saint level couldn't appear in the human world. In the ancestral grounds of the demons on the Starfall continent, Gu Fei pondered in a small pavilion beside the dragon transformation lake. He was currently faced with a difficult problem, which was where to undergo the Saint King tribulation. There were some forbidden areas in the mortal world that the power of heaven's wrath couldn't reach. However, he had already destroyed 3 of them. Presently, it wasn't easy to find such a place in the mortal dimension. After all, even if such a place existed, there would absolutely be unimaginable existences residing there. That kind of existence was definitely unimaginable, because that was the ruler of the forbidden area. Little guy, don't even think about it. Just come in here and undergo your tribulation. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out in Gu Fei's mind. Hearing this voice, the figure of a wretched little old man appeared in Gu Fei's mind. Enter the mountain river cauldron to undergo the tribulation. Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. Then, his eyes lit up. This seemed to be a good idea, but for this guy to jump out at this time was a little unreliable. The cauldron soul of the mountain and river cauldron had recovered long ago. It was no longer the cauldron soul that Gu Fei had refined all those years ago. The imprints of the Supremes had already been restored. Otherwise, the cauldron soul of the mountain and river cauldron would not have the appearance of an old man. It was difficult to truly refine an extreme Tao Saint artifact unless a sovereign did it. Otherwise, even if the original immortal in the mountain and river cauldron was killed, a new one would be born from the mountain and river cauldron. In other words, those below the Supreme Being level, even if they were as strong as the holy Venerables, could not truly become the master of the extreme Tao Saint weapon. Of course, the mountain and river cauldron had been re-refined by Gu Fei. The god within the mountain and river cauldron had a different kind of affection for Gu Fei. It would not easily betray him. However, it was hard to say whether the deities in the 3-boundary monument and the human emperor divine weapon would betray Gu Fei. What are you hesitating for? The little old man's voice continued to ring in Gu Fei's mind. All right, let's do that. Gu Fei was not an indecisive person, and he also felt that this was a feasible method. After all, only the power of the extreme path could resist the power of heaven's wrath. After that, Gu Fei summoned Crimson Dragon and Yao Yu to the small gazebo on the banks of the Dragon Transformation Lake, and then he gave them some instructions before returning to the stone room he was cultivating in. He did not alert anyone, not even Yin-Er, and began to prepare for the Saint King tribulation. Yin-Er was also cultivating in seclusion. She seemed to have felt the pressure coming from the unseen world. She also wanted to improve her cultivation and combat strength as much as possible. In fact, not only Yin-Er, all of the holy grade beings in the human world were preparing for this great tribulation. Creatures above the saint level all had a feeling that a storm was coming. This was a special reaction of the saint-level creatures to danger. Those who had attained the Tao could usually foresee danger. Just as Gu Fei was preparing for the Saint King tribulation, the immortal demon child and the others were still leading an army of 100,000 to besiege the ancestral ground of the Kuanping race. The Kuanping race had no intention of submitting, and the immortal demon child and the others were not in a hurry either. Since the other party wanted to drag it out, they would accompany them to the end. During this period, Kuanping clan's Kuan Huang Holy Venerable also came out to fight the unaging demon child. When the unaging demon child was about to use the black tortoise seal, Kuan Huang Holy Venerable immediately retreated. The Iron Blood Taoist, the immortal demon child, and the others were rather surprised when they heard that Gu Fei had gone into seclusion again. They then guessed why Gu Fei was going into seclusion again. Did he break through again? The immortal demon child was extremely shocked. Heavenly Monarch Ziyang and the Southern Sky Hierarch were both surprised. The reason why Gu Fei was going into seclusion again was actually very simple. Outside the ancestral ground of the Kuanping race, runes blotted out the sky. Over a dozen killing formations enveloped the entire ancestral ground. Shocking murderous auras spread in all directions, causing all living beings within a million li to feel as if doomsday had arrived. How does one undergo a tribulation in the human world? 3 figures stood high in the sky outside the ancestral ground of the Kuanping race. Each of them was surrounded by Tao rhymes and possessed an extraordinary temperament, as if they did not belong to the mortal world. In fact, these 3 people were truly deities above the 9 heavens in the ancient times, able to look down on a region and become the rulers of a region. But now, the heavenly wrath net had enveloped the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Those below the extreme supremacy stage were completely suppressed. Even heavenly monarchs did not dare to cross the red line. He has an extreme saint weapon, so I believe it won't be difficult for him to overcome the tribulation. However, with his cultivation speed, I'm afraid he'll catch up to us soon." A middle-aged man shrouded in purple aura said. He was the ruler of the Purple Sun continent, Heavenly Monarch Ziyang. Perhaps only Heavenly Monarch Ziyang dared to call himself a Heavenly Monarch in the human world. In the distant past, not everyone could call themselves a Heavenly Monarch. Those who could hold such a title were all extremely powerful and invincible existences. So what if he catches up to us? When the tribulation comes, even supremacies will face the danger of dying, let alone heavenly monarchs. The Southern Sky Hierarch said. He recalled the Great Tribulation in the past. Even though countless years had passed, it still made his heart palpitate. He was already lucky to be able to survive. In the past, many people who were stronger than the Southern Sky Hierarch had fallen. The 3 realms and 6 paths were plunged into misery and suffering. Even the primordial world was destroyed. The human world was actually formed from a part of the primordial world after the primordial world collapsed. Perhaps this life can finally come to an end. The unaging demon child raised his head. His eyes were extremely profound. The Southern Sky Hierarch and Heavenly Monarch Ziyang both fell silent. Their faces were very stern. They were both extremely old people who had lived for countless years, so they obviously knew many secrets of the world. At this moment, Gu Fei had already entered seclusion once again. He directly entered the world within the mountain and river cauldron. It was a boundless space that did not connect to the sky or the ground. Gu Fei was undergoing the Saint King tribulation here. He sat down in the space and began to adjust his condition. Very soon, Gu Fei removed the seal on him. The presence of a Saint King radiated from him. Afterwards, the sky above the ancestral ground of the falling star continent immediately changed, and the sun and moon dimmed. A presence of destruction that was enough to make even saint-tier creatures despair descended from the depths of the sky. Rumble. Chapter 24:48. Rumble. The heaven and earth seemed to be collapsing. Flashes of blazing lightning suddenly appeared and struck down from the depths of the sky toward the ancestral grounds of the demon clan. Wherever the lightning passed, a pitch-black spatial crack was left. What? At this moment, all the great demons who had already retreated from the ancestral grounds of the demon clan were extremely shocked when they saw this scene. The supreme power of destruction that came from the heaven and earth astonished everyone to the extreme. This is the sacred emperor tribulation. Mr. Wu, who was guarding the ancestral grounds of the demon clan, showed a hint of fear in his eyes. As a sage, he could naturally sense the terror of this power. Every single bolt of lightning that struck down from the heavens could kill a sage-level living being. Some higher-ups in the ancestral grounds of the demon clan knew about Gu Fei's tribulation. Otherwise, how could the Red Dragon and Yao Yu force these arrogant sage-level experts to retreat from the ancestral grounds of the demon clan? The Sacred Emperor Tribulation was a kind of heavenly tribulation second only to the Great Sage Tribulation. At this moment, the terrifying pressure that descended from the sky shocked the surroundings. Moreover, it was not only the pressure from the heaven and earth, but also the sage-destroying power from the power of the heavenly tribulation. Under these two powers, no matter how strong Gu Fei was and how strong his body was, he would still die. The power from the heavenly tribulation was not terrifying. What was terrifying was that Gu Fei released the seal and released the aura of the Sacred Emperor, which triggered the power of the heavenly tribulation that was superior to the heavens. The power of the heavenly tribulation was the most deadly. The aura of the heavenly tribulation and the power of the heavenly tribulation enveloped the entire falling stars continent. All creatures sensed a destructive wave. Even the 2 holy venerables in the ancestral grounds of the Kuanping tribe were extremely shocked. An old voice came from the Kuanping palace in the ancestral grounds of the Kuanping tribe. Who is that? Is he the sage ruler called Gu Fei? The other Saint Venerable in the rock race's ancestral ground, Kuan Huang, was astounded as well, and he faintly felt uneasy. He'd heard from the old demon child and the others that the reason those people outside the ancestral ground had only besieged the ancestral ground and not attacked was because they were waiting for Gu Fei, who was in closed-door cultivation, to come out. He had a strong premonition that the person who had triggered the heavenly tribulation and heavenly wrath might be that Gu Fei, which made him feel very uneasy. This person was not simple. He was not simple at all. It should be known that attracting the heavenly tribulation of a saint emperor in the human world was no different from courting death. Even if the heavenly tribulation could not kill him, the power of heaven's wrath would annihilate his soul. Gu Fei actually dared to. Outside the Kuan Peng clan's ancestral ground, everyone was shocked to the extreme, especially the unold demon child and the others. They were even more shocked. They never thought that Gu Fei would undergo his tribulation on the Starfall continent. It should be known that this was a saint emperor tribulation. If they were not careful, the entire Starfall continent might be destroyed. At this time, when everyone's attention was attracted by the heavenly tribulation, Gu Fei was in the world of the mountain and river cauldron, operating the newly born saint emperor power in his body. Boom! A bolt of purple lightning suddenly fell from the sky and hit him. He felt numb all over his body, and his clothes instantly turned into ashes. Tiny bolts of purple lightning flowed on his body. So strong. Gu Fei was shocked. It should be known that his body was extremely strong, and it contained immortal divinity. This was the chaotic, indestructible martial body, and even a divine weapon could not hurt him. But now, it was just a bolt of purple lightning that hit him, and it made his martial body feel numb. Little guy, I advise you to be more serious. Although you have merged a part of the immortal divinity of the god ancestor with your martial body, it is not that stable. Be careful not to be killed by the lightning. An old voice sounded in Gu Fei's heart. You jinx. Gu Fei said angrily, I will help you to block the power of the heavenly punishment, but you will have to deal with the power of the heavenly punishment yourself. The god in the mountain and river cauldron transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. Got it. Gu Fei nodded. At this time, he looked up and could see the gloomy sky above the Starfall continent through the world of the mountain and river cauldron. Bolts of lightning kept appearing in the sky, and the pressure produced by the heavenly punishment fell directly on Gu Fei, making him feel great pressure. At this time, a huge whirlpool appeared in the sky above the ancestors' land of the demon clan. All the lightning fell into the whirlpool, and the destructive power did not spread. Seeing this, the experts outside the ancestors' land of the demon clan breathed a sigh of relief. If the power of the heavenly punishment spread, the entire ancestors' land of the demon clan would be razed to the ground, and the entire Starfall continent would be affected. How did he do it? Mr. Wu was extremely shocked. One should know that it was difficult for others to survive the heavenly punishment, not to mention controlling the range of the heavenly punishment. This Gu Fei, on the other hand, was actually able to control the area of effect of the heavenly tribulation. This was simply a heaven-defying act. Mr. Wu was not convinced at first, but now, he could not help but be amazed. No wonder even the unaging demon child was willing to follow his orders. He and the unaging demon child were sworn brothers, so he naturally knew how powerful and terrifying the unaging demon child was. Before he met Gu Fei, he believed that the unaging demon child who had the black tortoise seal was definitely the strongest existence in the human realm. But now, Gu Fei's heaven-defying power had exceeded his expectations. Moreover, at this time, the power of the heavenly punishment was also activated. It was a destructive power that was many times more terrifying than the heavenly punishment of a saint emperor. It was as if an extreme Tao supremacy was taking action. At this time, in the world of the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei was bathed in the purple lightning. He sat cross-legged in the void and let the 9 heavens thunder fall from the sky on his body. If people from the outside saw this scene, their eyeballs would definitely fall to the ground. When others went through the heavenly punishment, they would not be like him, who let the tribulation thunder fall on his body. He was courting death. However, Gu Fei did this. He not only let the tribulation thunder fall on his body, but also guided the power of the tribulation thunder into his body, using the power of heaven and earth to refine the chaotic, immortal martial body. After half an hour, the tribulation thunder stopped, and a layer of divine light with a faint golden light appeared on Gu Fei's body. After the preliminary refining of the body by the tribulation thunder, his chaotic martial body and the immortal divinity of the god ancestor had become more compatible. However, at this time, a new round of heavenly punishment was about to descend. Above the firmament, there seemed to be some existence that was enraged by Gu Fei's arrogance. Huge figures loomed above the firmament, emitting a destructive power. Chapter 24:49. The power of heavenly wrath was a power that could kill saints. It surpassed the laws of the world and could kill any being below extreme Tao sovereign or extreme king sovereign. No matter how stunning or talented one was, it was impossible for them to resist the power of heavenly wrath. Throughout the ages, those who had thought themselves to be extraordinary had all died without exception when they tried to challenge the power of heavenly wrath. But now, Gu Fei was fearless of the power of heavenly wrath. He was actually undergoing the Saint King's tribulation on the Starfall continent, which shocked everyone. This was especially the case for those powerful creatures at the sacred level. They felt even more disbelief, not daring to believe everything they were seeing. This was just too illusory and unreal. Rumble. The sound of the tribulation continued to ring out in the sky. The ripples of power that were powerful enough to make saints tremble descended, shocking the heavens. When Gu Fei triggered the Saint King's tribulation, all the saints on the ancestral planet sensed the ripples of the laws of the world immediately. Someone's actually undergoing the tribulation at this time. Even some of the super ancient beings were alarmed. There was definitely no lack of powerful existences that had lived since the ancient times among the primordial powers. In their eyes, undergoing the Saint King's tribulation at this time was definitely suicide. They were all waiting. The power of heavenly wrath was about to disappear. No one would choose to undergo the tribulation at this time. The aura of heavenly wrath. Someone said something like that. The power of heavenly wrath was gradually weakening, but it was still there. There was still some time before it completely disappeared, so all the factions were making preparations during this time. Perhaps all the grievances from the primordial times would be settled in this tribulation. This was a great change in the 3 worlds and 6 paths after the primordial times had shattered. No one could stay out of it. Everyone would be caught up in it. I have a bad feeling. In the depths of the mountains in the eastern region of the Tanglong continent, a figure stood on the tallest mountain in the land of ascension. He gazed in the direction of the ripples of the laws of the world. It was an old man with white hair and a beard. He wore a Taoist robe and his face was glowing red. There were faint Tao patterns in his eyes, giving off an otherworldly feeling. This old man was definitely not immortal. If the heavens road had not ended, he would have ascended to the heaven realm long ago. If that person really comes back, I'm afraid our Dongfang clan will face the danger of extinction. The old man let out a long sigh. The grudge between the Dongfang family and that person had long reached a point where it could not be resolved. Even if the Dongfang family had produced Donghuang in recent years, it would not be enough. Emperor Donghuang of the Dongfang family was extremely powerful. He had already become a saint before the chaos world had even closed. During the period when the chaotic world was opened, countless people tried to break through to the sage level but failed. However, many people successfully passed the sage tribulation and became sages. Donghuang was one of them. In the Tanglong continent, there were many new sage-level creatures. Among these people, some were geniuses that people thought highly of, and some were dark horses that stood out from the crowd. The most surprising thing was that a sloppy fire-burning monk from the West Earth Buddhism had also become a sage. The fire-burning monk was not famous, but he had become a sage. This made the virtuous monks of the West Earth Buddhism in disbelief. Moreover, the fire-burning monk had rejected the recruitment from the spirited mountain. The fire-burning monk of the West Earth, Emperor Donghuang of the East Earth, and the Azure Dragon of the South Wasteland were all new sages. These 3 rose to power and had already left their peers far behind. Although some people had become sages, they chose to hide and did not reveal themselves. Is he going through the tribulation? In the ancestral land of the Dongfang clan, a mysterious masked man muttered to himself in a stone room. Is it the sage Emperor Tribulation? At the same time, in the ancestral land of the Azure Dragon of the South Wasteland, a young man with a vast and mighty dragon aura muttered to himself. The shadow of a huge dragon could be faintly seen on his body. Oomph! This little guy is really daring. Ghost Emperor Fengdu's voice rang out from a divine palace that hovered high in the sky within the ghost palace of Fengdu. At this moment, basically all the beings above the Saint Realm had their attention focused on the Saint King's tribulation that Gu Fei had triggered. Originally, the tremendous tribulation was enough to affect the entire ancestral planet, but the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers suppressed the surroundings, greatly reducing the range of the Saint King's tribulation. The power of the tribulation only targeted Gu Fei. It did not affect anyone else. At this moment, in the world within the cauldron of mountains and rivers, Gu Fei faced a new heavenly tribulation. Through the sky, he could clearly see 9 colossal figures in the sky. Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. Those were 9 huge dragon shadows, and every single one of them exuded an incomparably terrifying draconic might. It was a sign that the marks left by the 9 dragon monarchs on the laws of heaven and earth had been activated. Damn it! Are they trying to kill me? 9 dragon emperors came all of a sudden. Seeing this, Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. One should know that there were 9 dragon emperors. During a Saint King's tribulation, the appearance of one dragon emperor was enough to make those Saint Kings despair. Now, there were 9 of them. Dragon emperors were the Saint Kings of the Dragon Clan. Furthermore, the Dragon Clan was a divine beast, so they were much stronger than ordinary Saint Kings. Ordinary Saint Kings could not compare to them. Come on, villainous heavens. Let's see who's afraid of whom. Gu Fei's battle intent surged. He stood up from the void, surrounded by chaotic qi. At this moment, specks of golden light appeared on the chaotic qi. It was the result of merging with the immortal divinity of the god ancestor. The immortal divinity had undergone some sort of change. This was why the sunset demon ancestor had risked his life to obtain it. The immortal divinity could allow him to be reborn, but unfortunately, the sunset demon ancestor had no chance to do so. Gu Fei did not soar into the sky. He knew that once he left the range of the cauldron of mountains and rivers, the power of the heavenly retribution would descend. The power of the heavenly retribution was a destructive power that could even kill a Saint Venerable. Gu Fei did not think that he was stronger than a Saint Venerable. The power of the heavenly retribution was the bottom line. No saint-level living being could cross it. Only supreme beings or ultimate Emperor Realm experts would dare to ignore this power. In front of this power, other living beings were just ants. In this way, Gu Fei could not take advantage of the fact that the heavenly tribulation energy had yet to fully condense. He could only wait for the heavenly tribulation energy to reach its limit and descend from the sky to fight against it. For Gu Fei, such a method of tribulation was very passive. He could only retaliate after being beaten. Roar. An earth-shaking dragon's roar boomed down from the sky. Afterwards, a dragon head, even larger than a mountain, broke through the tribulation clouds in the sky and descended. Dragon chi surged. It was like the descent of a true dragon king. The entire world seemed to be crushed by the power of a saint king. Even with the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers suppressing the surroundings, pitch-black spatial cracks still appeared in the sky above the Starfall continent. Rumble. Soon afterwards, the space trembled as the colossal dragon charged out of the tribulation clouds. It charged at Gu Fei below with shocking killing intent. Bang! A huge dragon claw descended from the sky, directly grabbing at Gu Fei. The claw enveloped the entire sky, sealing off all of Gu Fei's paths of retreat. Damn! Gu Fei knew that he had encountered a powerful opponent. This Dragon King was very extraordinary and very powerful. Die! Gu Fei's battle intent erupted. He directly punched upwards, and the extremely powerful power of a Saint King erupted from his fist. This punch was indomitable, with the power to shatter the world. Boom! Gu Fei's fist fiercely collided with the dragon claw. The two powerful forces directly collided, causing the space to collapse. Even the world within the cauldron of mountains and rivers became unstable. Swoosh! Gu Fei's figure moved quickly. At this time, the Dragon King seemed to be enraged by Gu Fei. It directly charged into the world within the cauldron of mountains and rivers and began fighting with Gu Fei. The might of the Dragon King was really terrifying. Gu Fei did not borrow any external force and only fought with his own strength. The advantage of the chaotic, immortal martial body was completely displayed at this time. Boom! Gu Fei exerted his might and punched the dragon thousands of meters away. Dragon blood splattered everywhere. It was extremely lifelike. Although this dragon was not the real Dragon King and was only formed from the imprint left behind by the Dragon King when he attained the Tao, but when it was injured by Gu Fei, it was as if the real Dragon King was heavily injured. That's all. Gu Fei directly chased after it and punched again. Within the great power, there was an invincible might. He was displaying his invincible fist intent. Martial arts combat skills were simple and direct, but they could often display extremely terrifying power. Just when Gu Fei punched, the dragon suddenly spat out a dragon ball, which smashed towards Gu Fei. A destructive Saint King energy erupted from the dragon ball. Gu Fei was fearless. He directly punched the dragon ball. Boom! The destructive energy immediately erupted and the dragon ball exploded. Countless inscriptions surged before turning into a terrifying power of annihilation. It immediately devoured Gu Fei. What? Gu Fei was surprised. He hurriedly circulated the power in his body to resist the power of annihilation. However, even when he used his full strength, he still suffered a great impact. Countless wounds appeared on his body and he became a bloody mess. His martial body had almost been shattered by the power of annihilation. Ascend. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei directly used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal way, the Ascend secret technique. His power skyrocketed and the wounds on his body quickly healed. Boom! The world shook and a power so powerful that it felt like the entire world was about to collapse appeared on Gu Fei's body. Divine primal chaos, indestructible light surged out from his body, pulsing like divine fire. Chapter 2450. Gu Fei used the ascending secret technique. The ascending force erupted, causing his battle prowess to skyrocket. Roar! With the sound of mountains and rivers shattering, the entire cauldron shook. Gu Fei was like a supreme ancestor of war. He took a step and appeared above the dragon's head in an instant. Die! He let out a furious roar and stomped his right foot down. A terrifying and monstrous power surged out from his right foot, and the huge dragon's head immediately crumbled. The destructive power spread and the entire dragon collapsed. A dragon king that was so powerful that even the heavens trembled was forcefully crushed by Gu Fei's foot. It turned into a dragon-shaped imprint and shot into the sky. It disappeared into the depths of the sky and returned to the laws of the world. The power was just too great. Even the world within the cauldron had almost collapsed. At that moment, Gu Fei was extremely powerful. However, he knew that the ascending force could not be maintained for long. He could not maintain his invincible state forever. Once the ascending force disappeared, he would be out of luck. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the heavens. High up in the sky, the 8 giant dragons vaguely visible in the tribulation clouds seemed to have sensed Gu Fei's strength. They all broke through the tribulation clouds and swooped down towards Gu Fei. 8 dragons descending at the same time. This was definitely an extremely shocking scene. All the experts outside the ancestral grounds of the Starfall continent saw this shocking scene. The 8 dragons that radiated with the presence of Saint Kings charged down from the sky. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked to the extreme. Rumble. As the 8 dragons descended from the sky, the entire world shook. The power unleashed by the 8 dragons was too great, so great that even the world itself could not withstand it. All right, all of you, come. Gu Fei stood in the sky and raised his head. His long hair danced in the wind and his eyes shone with a resplendent light. They were like 2 suns, making it difficult for people to look at them directly. Boom! The 8 dragons rushed forward, accompanied by a loud bang. An intense battle broke out. The terrifying power within the mountain and river cauldron was vast and mighty, but it did not leak out. If the battle had taken place in the outside world, the entire falling stars continent would have been directly destroyed by the mighty aftershocks. However, this battle did not last long. An hour later, the giant dragons were beaten back to their original forms by Gu Fei, and all of them were blasted back into the heavenly Tao. Just in time. When Gu Fei turned the last dragon into a Dragon Emperor brand and returned to the heavenly Tao, the time limit of the Heaven Ascension power was just about up, and the invincible battle prowess on Gu Fei's body was rapidly fading away. In just a few breaths, Gu Fei was beaten back to his original state. However, an even stronger power of the heavenly tribulation rapidly condensed in the sky. A figure appeared in the sky, blocking out the entire sky. There was an ancient cauldron floating beside that person. What the hell? At this moment, the voice of the god within the mountain and river cauldron rang out in Gu Fei's mind. What's going on? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. He could sense that the figure in the sky was emitting an aura of the extreme Tao, and he could not help but be moved. I didn't expect this. The power of the heavenly tribulation is indeed related to those people. The voice of the mountain and river cauldron continued to ring out in Gu Fei's mind. What's going on? Gu Fei really could not understand. He was not going through the supreme tribulation, so why would the power of an honorable appear? Was the god really not going to leave him any chance of survival? At this moment, the figure in the sky had already descended from the sky, descending into the world within the mountain and river cauldron. There was an illusion of an ancient cauldron floating around the figure. What? Seeing this, Gu Fei was extremely shocked. The illusion of the ancient cauldron was exactly the same as the mountain and river cauldron. How is this possible? Gu Fei could not believe it. After all, he was inside the mountain and river cauldron. Little guy, it seems like we have to fight with our lives on the line, the god of the mountain and river cauldron said, as if it was facing a great enemy. How can we fight? That's the power of an honorable being. Gu Fei said in an annoyed tone. If he were to fight with the power of an honorable being, wouldn't that be courting death? I'll lend you my power. At this moment, a wretched-looking old man appeared in front of Gu Fei without a sound. He then pounced towards Gu Fei. What? Gu Fei was shocked. He wanted to dodge, but the other party's speed was too fast. The old man entered Gu Fei's body directly. You old fella, what are you trying to do? Gu Fei was both shocked and enraged. The god of the mountain and river cauldron was really unreliable. I'll borrow your physical body. The voice of the god of the mountain and river cauldron rang out in Gu Fei's mind. You brat. At this moment, Gu Fei could feel that his body was no longer under his control. He couldn't even move a finger. However, his consciousness was extremely clear. Swoosh! Gu Fei's body involuntarily soared into the sky and rushed out of the mountain and river cauldron. The moment he rushed out, Gu Fei felt a terrifying aura coming from the sky. It was a terrifying aura that was enough to cause his soul to dissipate. However, at the next moment, Gu Fei couldn't feel anything. A power isolated all the aura. He knew that it was the power of the mountain and river cauldron. Today, I'll see what those fellas have up their sleeves. As he spoke, the god of the mountain and river cauldron controlled Gu Fei's physical body and soared into the sky, fighting with the figure. This was a battle between supreme beings. At this moment, the figure controlled the ancient cauldron and fought with Gu Fei. Boom! The ancient cauldron shook. The power of the extreme Tao directly forced Gu Fei to retreat tens of thousands of feet away. Gu Fei roared and slapped forward with his palm. The powerful force shook the heavens and earth, shattering everything. The void was like a thin piece of paper, shattering in an instant. The destructive force blasted half of the figure's body off. This wasn't the power that belonged to Gu Fei, but the power of the mountain and river cauldron. The god of the mountain and river cauldron borrowed Gu Fei's physical body to display its power. Buzz! The ancient cauldron vibrated. Gu Fei's physical body was impacted, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He quickly retreated. This is really preposterous. The god of the mountain and river cauldron seemed to have noticed something. It was shocked and angry. Although the ancient cauldron was just an illusion, the power it displayed was similar to that of the mountain and river cauldron. It could hurt Gu Fei's physical body. Brat, use the secret word Wu. I'm going to melt these things. The god of the mountain and river cauldron said, Damn, how am I supposed to use it? Gu Fei was truly angered by the god of the mountain and river cauldron. He couldn't even control his physical body. How was he supposed to use the secret art of the immortal path? You're so stupid. Use your will. The mountain and river cauldron quickly said, That works too. All right then. Gu Fei was startled. Then, he used the secret word Wu in his mind. Chapter 24:51. The Sacred King's ordeal had undergone an unexpected change. The ordeal had actually fused with the power of divine wrath, forming the ordeal of divine wrath. This was absolutely fatal to Gu Fei. One had to know that no matter how amazing he was or how powerful the indestructible chaotic body was, it was still difficult to contend against the power of divine wrath. Even if the chaotic martial body had successfully fused with the ancestral god's immortal divinity, it was still not enough. The power of divine wrath could obliterate everything, even the immortal divinity. However, what shocked Gu Fei the most was that the cauldron soul could enter his martial body. The cauldron soul was the god's will of the mountain and river cauldron. After entering his martial body, it could use the extreme way's power to perform the great technique that he had mastered. As long as Gu Fei thought about how to use the great technique in his mind, the god's will of the mountain and river cauldron could use the extreme way's power to perform it. Rumble. As soon as the secret word Wu was used, the heavens and earth shook. A huge whirlpool that covered the entire sky appeared in front of Gu Fei, swallowing the heavens and the earth. The shadow of the extreme Tao, along with the shadow of the ancient cauldron, was instantly swallowed into the vortex. The power of the secret word, None, was displayed, and the originally faint figure became even more blurry, as if it could completely dissipate if it looked at it. Boom! Right at the moment when the figure and the ancient cauldron were about to vanish, the figure and the cauldron suddenly erupted with brilliant divine light, and it forcefully blocked the power of the secret art of Wu. The figure seemed to have come back to life. It controlled the cauldron's power to break through the secret word Wu and shot into the sky. Buzz. The ancient cauldron's shadow trembled and emitted a powerful wave of power that could suppress the heavens and the earth. The entire world seemed to be sealed. Even the movement of Gu Fei's martial body, which had been taken over by the god's will of the mountain and river cauldron, slowed down. Bang! The ancient cauldron's shadow rushed over and sent Gu Fei's martial body flying tens of thousands of feet away. What happened? At this time, everyone outside the ancestral land of the falling star continent was shocked to the extreme. They never thought that Gu Fei would directly appear in the sky and fight with that unknown existence. This heavenly tribulation. I can't see through it. Outside the demon clan's ancestral land, Mr. Wu and the other powerful sage-level experts were stunned by the scene before their eyes. Only they could sense the dreadfulness of the illusory figure and the ancient cauldron's shadow. It's really those people's doing. The mountain and river cauldron god's will, which had entered Gu Fei's body, was extremely shocked. It seemed to have noticed something as an even more powerful aura erupted from Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei extended his right hand downwards, and an ancient cauldron shot into the sky from the demon clan's ancestral land and landed in his hand. All right, let's charge in and take a look. The divine mountain river cauldron in Gu Fei's body only said these words. What? Upon hearing this, Gu Fei was really shocked. One should know that this body was his. He didn't want to let that wretched old man control his body to fight against that supreme existence. However, it was not up to Gu Fei at this time. He had already lost control of his body, and only his mind was extremely clear. He couldn't change anything. Boom. The mountain river cauldron's gods will controlled Gu Fei's martial body and took out the mountain river cauldron in its hand. It shook off the blurry yet powerful figure and directly broke through the void, rushing into the depths of the sky. At that moment, Gu Fei saw a scene that shocked him to the extreme. He vaguely saw a huge net emitting a terrifying aura that enveloped the entire human realm. There were quite a few blurry figures standing on this net. There was one figure that caused him to be extremely shocked. From that figure, he could sense energy fluctuations of the same origin. Swoosh! At this moment, everything in front of him disappeared. The entire world seemed to have changed. When he wanted to look again, he realized that he was in a boundless world. Below him was an endless sea. There was nothing on the surface of the sea. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei couldn't believe it. Didn't he just rush into the depths of the sky? How did he appear here in an instant? At this moment, an ancient cauldron floated in front of him. This ancient cauldron was the mountain river cauldron. Old man, what's going on? Gu Fei hurriedly transmitted his voice to the mountain river cauldron. However, there was no response from the mountain river cauldron. It only floated in front of him with blurry primordial chaos chi lingering on it. He transmitted his voice to the mountain river cauldron continuously, but there was still no response. What's going on? Gu Fei was almost going crazy. He felt that only the mountain river cauldron's god could answer his question. However, there was no response from the mountain river cauldron. Where am I? Seeing that there was no response from the god in the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei began to look around. All he could see was a vast expanse of seawater. There was not even a small island within a radius of thousands of miles. At this moment, Gu Fei sensed the changes in his body. This is the power of a sacred emperor. He sensed the new and powerful power in his body. However, this power was sealed. It seemed that he was still in the human realm. This is a region in the God-fallen sea. Gu Fei thought of this possibility. He really wanted to know what was going on and why he was here. However, there was no response from the mountain river cauldron. In an instant, Gu Fei's divine sense enveloped a radius of 10,000 miles. However, to his surprise, there was not a single island within 10,000 miles, let alone land. He put away the mountain river cauldron and looked up at the sky. It was already dusk. The setting sun was like blood. The sun was located in the west. Although Gu Fei had identified the direction, he did not know where he was. If he did not know where he was, how would he be able to find the direction to the falling star continent? That old man is really unreliable. Gu Fei couldn't help but shake his head. The mountain river cauldron's god was really unreliable. He would never let the mountain river cauldron's god enter his martial body again. Little guy, you're bad-mouthing me again. Just when Gu Fei did not know what to do, a weak divine sense came from the mountain river cauldron. Then, a voice rang in his mind. You're finally out. Chapter 2452. The god in the mountain and river cauldron finally broke its silence. This made Gu Fei both surprised and happy. Hurry up and tell me what happened. Why am I here? Gu Fei hurriedly transmitted his voice to the god in the mountain and river cauldron. This was what he wanted to know the most. He really wanted to know what happened after he rushed into the sky. The figures of the sovereign exalts flashed past his mind, especially the figure that gave off the same ripples as his martial arts origin energy. He had vaguely guessed the relationship between him and that figure. Sigh, I've really suffered a great loss this time. The god in the mountain and river cauldron transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. Hurry up and tell me, Gu Fei said anxiously. Therefore, the god in the mountain and river cauldron said something that shocked even Gu Fei. It turned out that the god in the mountain and river cauldron had controlled Gu Fei's martial physique to break through the void and rush into the depths of the sky. At that moment, the god in the mountain and river cauldron had used a great divine ability to imprison Gu Fei's divine soul. The god in the mountain and river cauldron had done this to protect Gu Fei's divine soul from being injured in the upcoming battle. There was a huge secret deep in the sky. Even the god in the mountain and river cauldron was extremely shocked. Although the god in the mountain and river cauldron had already guessed some things, it had never thought that this was just the tip of the iceberg. There were actually several supremes in the depths of the sky. The figures that Gu Fei saw were all clones left by the supremes in the depths of the sky. In the distant past, several supremes had joined forces to seal the 3 realms and 6 paths. Not only the human realm, but even the heaven realm and the legendary underworld had been sealed. The power of heaven's wrath was the power of sealing. The gods in the mountain and river cauldron had also guessed the reason why so many supremes had joined forces to seal the 3 realms and 6 Tao. However, The gods in the mountain and river cauldron couldn't be sure if this was the real reason. The power of a saint was enough to destroy heaven and earth, and the power of heaven's wrath was to prevent saint-level beings from appearing in the three realms and six das. Once a saint-level being appeared in the three realms and six das, the power of heaven's wrath would be triggered and punishment would descend. After countless years of recuperation, the three realms six Tao welcomed another great era. At this time, the power of heaven's wrath was about to disappear, and the seal laid down by the Exalted Ones was about to lose its effectiveness. No one knew what would happen then. Even the gods in the mountain and river cauldron didn't know much about it. What? After hearing this, Gu Fei was shocked to the extreme. It turned out that the mortal world was actually a sealed place, and the entire three realms and six paths had been sealed. In other words, the three realms and six paths were like a cage. Although the Exalted One's seal could protect the living beings of the three realms and six paths from being invaded by the foreign races, it was impossible for the living beings of the three realms and six paths to break the seal. This was a great secret of the three realms and six paths. Perhaps only the ancient desolate forces knew about this secret. When Gu Fei learned about this great secret, he couldn't believe it. One should know that this was a great effort to seal the three realms and six paths. This was probably not something that one or two Exalted Ones could do. No wonder there were a few Exalted One silhouettes in the depths of the sky. However, countless years had passed, and the three realms and six paths that were sealed were constantly wearing down the Exalted One's power. Now, the Exalted One's seal was finally going to disappear. What's beyond the three realms and six paths? Gu Fei transmitted his voice to the mountain and river cauldron. I don't know either. The god in the mountain and river cauldron's answer was very direct and simple. Outside of the three realms and six paths, no one knew what was beyond. Perhaps only the Exalted Ones were qualified to know. F***CK, you're a saint treasure of the extreme path. Why don't you know anything? Gu Fei somewhat despised the god in the mountain and river cauldron. How can you say that? Don't you know that you should respect the old and cherish the young? The god in the mountain and river cauldron was a little unhappy. Respect my ass. Tell me, what the hell is this place? Gu Fei said in annoyance. His mood was a little heavy. After learning such a great secret of the world, it had surpassed his imagination. Several supremes working together to suppress the six Daos of the three realms was definitely not a simple matter. One should know that no one would be so bored as to use a supreme mystique to seal the real world. The real world had flawless laws of the world. Not just anyone could seal it. As the laws of the world worked, the power that sealed the world would gradually be worn down by the laws of the world. This is still the god-down ocean, but it's the deepest part of the ocean, the god in the mountain and river cauldron said. While Gu Fei was unconscious, the god in the mountain and river cauldron controlled Gu Fei's martial physique and fought with the Exalted Ones for a long time before retreating. The result of the battle was that Gu Fei had overcome the heavens' tribulation. The seal of the human realm had become even looser, as if it could collapse at any time. What? How far is this place from the falling stars continent? Gu Fei asked. It's not far. It's around 100 million miles. The god in the mountain and river cauldron said. It's not far. When Gu Fei heard this, he immediately had the urge to beat the wretched little old man up. 100 million miles was a very long distance even for a sage. It was hard to imagine that the god-down ocean was so vast, as if it was endless. In fact, the soaring dragon ancestral star was huge, but that was only its outer appearance. The soaring dragon ancestral star was probably much larger than it actually looked. This was because there were many forbidden areas on the soaring dragon ancestral star that were protected by unimaginable formations. What do you want me to do here? Gu Fei quickly calmed down. He knew that the mountain and river cauldron wouldn't bring him here for no reason. He really wanted to know what the mountain and river cauldron was trying to buy. Smart. This old man likes to deal with smart people. The mountain and river cauldron's gods will rippled. Gu Fei could sense that the god in the mountain and river cauldron was a little excited from the ripple of the god's will. What could make an extreme Tao Saint artifact so excited? Speak. Gu Fei was very straightforward. Of course, he was also looking forward to it. Very good. Listen carefully. There is a palace deep under the sea under your feet. There is something I need in the palace. The god in the mountain and river cauldron said, What? Is it the Supreme Master's palace? I won't do it. Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. The only thing that could make the god in the mountain and river cauldron want it was something left behind by a Supreme Master. Little guy, didn't we have an agreement? If you can't refine the source of God ancestor, the rest of the source of God will belong to me. The god in the mountain and river cauldron said, This, Gu Fei was stunned. I don't want the source of God. The god in the mountain and river cauldron said. Gu Fei seemed to know what it wanted to say. His face became solemn. This was definitely a temptation that he couldn't refuse. The source of God ancestor was a heaven-defying thing, but the god in the mountain and river cauldron didn't want it. This meant that the thing in the palace deep under the sea was definitely more tempting than the source of God ancestor. Needless to say, the thing in the palace was absolutely extraordinary. Gu Fei was thinking. He didn't agree immediately. If it was so easy to get the thing in the palace, the god in the mountain and river cauldron would have gotten it long ago. Why? You don't agree? The god in the mountain and river cauldron secretly transmitted a message to Gu Fei. The source of God ancestor. Gu Fei knew that if he could refine the source of God ancestor, his cultivation would definitely be improved to an unimaginable level, especially the immortal divinity in the source of God ancestor. If he could refine the immortal divinity, Gu Fei felt that his chaotic immortal martial body would reach the advanced level. Once the chaotic immortal martial body reached the advanced level, he could go anywhere in the world. You still have to think about it. My patience is limited. Be careful, or I will regret it. The god in the mountain and river cauldron said. All right. Gu Fei finally nodded. Then, he asked the god in the mountain and river cauldron about the origin of the palace in the depths of the sea. It turned out that the palace was actually a dragon palace. It was the temporary residence of an ancestor dragon. When the great trial came, the ancestor dragon was killed, but the temporary residence of the ancestor dragon was preserved. The real dragon, which could be called the ancestor dragon, was a powerful creature born by heaven and earth. To some extent, the innate divine man born by heaven and earth was actually not as good as the ancestor dragon born by heaven and earth. In the dragon palace, there were things left by the ancestor dragon. After listening to the words of the god in the mountain and river cauldron, even Gu Fei couldn't help but be tempted. There were definitely many good things in the temporary residence of the ancestor dragon. Haha, don't you feel your blood boiling? The god in the mountain and river cauldron said with a smile. Although Gu Fei didn't exaggerate as much as the god in the mountain and river cauldron said, he really had an urge to find out. If you and I work together, we will definitely be able to enter unhindered. Don't worry. The god in the mountain and river cauldron continued to trick Gu Fei. It was very clear that other than Gu Fei, no one else would be able to enter the depths of the god palace and take away the item. All right, then it's a deal. You only want one item in the god palace. The rest are mine. Gu Fei wasn't stupid. How could he not state his conditions now? It's a deal. The god in the mountain and river cauldron didn't waste any time and agreed. Then, Gu Fei directly broke through the surface of the sea and sank to the bottom. Below him, at the bottom of the sea, there was a god palace standing quietly. A huge black shadow was swimming past the god palace. Chapter 24:53. The underwater dragon palace was one of the ancestral dragon's temporary residences. When the ancestral dragon died in battle, the dragon palace became an ownerless place and sank at the bottom of the sea for countless years. Today, the underwater dragon palace welcomed its first guest after countless years. Gu Fei sank rapidly at the bottom of the sea. Soon, he sensed the existence of the palace at the bottom of the sea. However, at the same time, he realized that it was difficult for his divine telekinesis to extend very far at the bottom of the sea. His divine telekinesis could only cover a radius of 12 miles. This surprised him. When he approached the dragon palace, he was extremely shocked. His spiritual will could only cover a very small part of the dragon palace. Moreover, he realized that the dragon palace was not as simple as it seemed. It was actually built on a gigantic black turtle. This was a black turtle made of stone. There was no breath of life coming from it. It did not seem to be a living creature. However, this made Gu Fei feel uneasy. The black turtle carries the divine palace. When Gu Fei arrived in front of the divine palace, he was shocked. He did not know how big the black turtle was. A radius of 12 miles was only a small part of it. The black turtle was definitely as big as a mountain. Otherwise, the ancestral dragon would not have been able to build a gigantic dragon palace on it. One could imagine that the dragon palace could move during the ancestral dragon's era. Don't make a fuss about nothing. You should know that the living creatures that were born from nature were extremely powerful. They could shatter the world with a wave of their hand. The voice of the god in the mountain and river cauldron rang in Gu Fei's mind. That's true, Gu Fei nodded. There were many experts in the chaotic world in ancient times. There was no lack of powerful living creatures that were born from nature. These living creatures were blessed by the heavens and were indeed much more powerful than ordinary postnatal living creatures. However, through cultivation, Hotian life forms could also kill Xiantian life forms that were high and mighty. Gu Fei did not hesitate and went forward. However, when he approached the head of the black turtle, he was suddenly shaken away by a force. It was as if he had suddenly hit a transparent wall. Gu Fei was shocked. Little guy, if it was so easy to enter the dragon palace, we wouldn't even have a chance to obtain the items inside. The deity within the mountain and river cauldron said, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Gu Fei gritted his teeth and said, "This guy was still so unreliable. It seemed that he had to be more careful, or else he would be the one to suffer. Just use the power of convergence to dissolve the seal's power." The god inside the mountain and river cauldron reminded. The previous battle had dealt a great blow to it, and it was quite injured. It was difficult for it to transform, and it could only send a telepathic message to Gu Fei from within the mountain and river cauldron. Even something as strong as the cauldron of mountains and rivers had been impacted. That battle was definitely incomparably terrifying. It was a battle between supreme beings. Moreover, Gu Fei could also imagine the far-reaching effects of that battle. It caused the seal of heaven's wrath to loosen, and a great calamity might be about to appear. This made those powerful existences in the human world feel a bit uneasy, because some people weren't ready yet. Once the great calamity arrived, the entire 3 realms and 6 Dao would enter an era of darkness. At that time, there wouldn't be many people who could survive. At this moment, Gu Fei directly walked up, stretched out his right hand, and pressed on the transparent layer of seal, activating the power of convergence. Very quickly, transparent ripples spread out from his palm. The seal's power was dissolved, and a 1-meter-wide hole appeared. Gu Fei directly passed through the layer of ripples and entered the Dragon Palace's seal. And as soon as he entered, Gu Fei discovered that there was no water inside. On the contrary, the air was extremely fresh, and there was a faint medicinal fragrance coming from the Dragon Palace. Smelling this medicinal fragrance, Gu Fei immediately became spirited. There were divine herbs planted in the Dragon Palace, and there might even be a medicinal field. A divine herb that caught the ancestral dragon's attention was definitely extraordinary, and it might even be an immortal divine herb. There was no doubt that an immortal divine herb was precious. Even an extreme Dao Supreme would covet such a divine herb. One should know that having an immortal divine herb was equivalent to having an extra life, an extra layer of protection. Don't wander around here, or else even I won't be able to save you. At this moment, the god in the mountain and river cauldron revealed an unprecedented solemn expression. So dangerous? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. One should know that although the god in the mountain and river cauldron was unreliable, it didn't dare to trick him at this time. Do you think the ancestral dragon palace is a good place? The god in the mountain and river cauldron said in a deep voice. Then do you have any way to enter? Asked Gu Fei. Since he had already entered the treasure mountain, he couldn't return empty-handed. He had to obtain a few treasures from the ancestral dragon no matter what. Wait a minute, let me make a deduction. As the cauldron's soul spoke, a wave of divine will spread from the mountain and river cauldron in Gu Fei's hand, instantly enveloping the entire divine palace. Rumble. At this moment, The entire divine palace shook without any warning. A deep roar came from the dragon palace, as if some powerful creature was startled. The primordial chaos chi from the mountain and river cauldron suddenly rushed out and enveloped Gu Fei within it. At the same time, a powerful aura spread out from the divine palace in front of them. The huge stone tortoise stood up as if it was about to come back to life. The stone tortoise carried the divine palace and showed signs of moving. Outside the dragon palace, an incomparably huge creature rushed over from afar. Its huge tentacles were 100 miles long, and it reached out from afar to wrap around the stone tortoise. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. That tentacle was way too big, just like a mountain. Even though the power of the Dragon Palace's seal had blocked the tentacle from entering, the murderous aura still managed to penetrate through the seal. This gigantic creature was extremely strong. It was probably even stronger than a Saint Venerable. How could there be such a gigantic creature in the depths of the sea? This was something that Gu Fei couldn't understand. A beast like this had already surpassed the Saint Venerable level and was at the quasi-supreme level. It had the right to try and attain the extreme Tao fruit. Soon, the divine will released by the god in the mountain and river cauldron retreated like the tide and entered the mountain and river cauldron. At the same time, the entire divine palace calmed down. That powerful aura also dissipated in the void. Ridiculous. The important places are all sealed. Seems like it's going to be hard to get. Chapter 2454. In the underwater dragon palace, there were seals everywhere, and they were all set up by the ancestral dragon. This was a palace that had been sealed for countless years. Since the beginning of time, there weren't many who could break the dragon palace's seal. The voice of the deity inside the cauldron rang in Gu Fei's mind. You're saying that everything inside is still here? Hearing this, Gu Fei's eyes lit up. If no one had gotten here before him, then this underwater dragon palace was definitely a treasure trove. It should still be here. What I want is also here. The deity inside the cauldron was a little excited. If it could get its hands on that item, it could completely recover and regain its former invincible might. Then what are we waiting for? Let's do it. Gu Fei was excited. At this moment, outside the dragon palace, the ridiculously huge living being was still trying to break the dragon palace's seal. Powerful waves of energy exploded from its gigantic tentacles. This was a terrifying existence at the quasi-sovereign realm. However, in the mortal realm, even quasi-sovereigns didn't dare to remove the seal on their bodies. This living being could not break the Dragon Palace's seal. However, such a powerful living being guarding outside was also a threat to Gu Fei. One should know that this living being was a quasi-supreme. At this moment, however, Gu Fei couldn't care less about the living being outside. He was thinking about how to enter the Dragon Palace and take away the treasure trove. I can't force my way in. I can only slowly destroy these seals. In the end, Gu Fei and the deity inside the cauldron came to an agreement. They would use the primordial unification technique to destroy the seals in the Dragon Palace and break the seal. Then, Gu Fei began to move. Under the guidance of the cauldron of mountain and river, he arrived before a pavilion. It was a dazzling pavilion with 3 floors in total. Divine light flickered within every floor, illuminating the entire pavilion. Let's start from here. The voice of the deity inside the cauldron rang in Gu Fei's mind. What's inside? Gu Fei asked. The god within the mountain and river cauldron had definitely chosen this pavilion for a reason, and it was definitely not a random choice. Clang! At this moment, there was a flash of divine light in the pavilion, and there was the sound of metal clashing. Gu Fei vaguely saw a sword flash across the first floor of the pavilion. This is where the ancestral dragon keeps his weapons. It's called the Armory Pavilion. The god in the mountain and river cauldron explained to Gu Fei. Armory. When Gu Fei heard this, his heart trembled. One must know that a divine weapon that the ancestral dragon had taken a liking to and treasured was definitely not an ordinary divine weapon. Break through this place and obtain the divine weapons here. You will be able to obtain at least several hundred divine weapons. The god within the mountain and river cauldron continued, do it over there. Gu Fei was very direct. He was about to step forward and activate the Dharma unification technique to remove the seal on the armory pavilion. Wait, you're courting death. The god in the mountain and river cauldron hurriedly stopped him. What's wrong? Gu Fei hurriedly stopped and looked at the fist-sized ancient cauldron in his hand. The seal on the armory pavilion is not simple. It's a killing array. Whoever touches it will die. The god in the mountain and river cauldron said. Then what should we do? Gu Fei was startled when he heard that. You still need me to do it. The god in the mountain and river cauldron sighed. Then, under the control of the god, the mountain and river cauldron flew up from Gu Fei's hand. A wave of energy rippled from the mountain and river cauldron. Rumble. As if sensing the threat, lines of runes appeared in the air around the armory pavilion. The air trembled and a terrifying murderous aura appeared in the air. Just as the mountain and river cauldron rose into the air and was about to suppress the armory pavilion, a sword chime came from within the armory pavilion. A dazzling ray of light rushed out from the first floor and slashed at the mountain and river cauldron in the air. Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron shook and the sharp ray of light immediately shattered in the air. It did not manage to hit the mountain and river cauldron. This killing array can activate the power of the armory pavilion's divine weapons. Seeing this, Gu Fei's eyes brightened. This killing array that enveloped the entire armory pavilion was not simple. This kind of array could only be created by a grandmaster. From this, it could be seen that the ancestor dragon was also an expert in arrays. At this moment, the mountain and river cauldron showed its power. Streams of chaotic primordial energy descended from the mountain and river cauldron. Each stream of chaotic primordial energy was enough to crush a part of the sky. Countless runes appeared in the air around the armory pavilion, emitting a dazzling divine light. The shadows of 9 divine weapons floated in the killing array, emitting a terrifying murderous aura. Whoosh! One of the divine weapons soared into the sky and slashed at the mountain and river cauldron. It broke through the primordial energy and slashed at the mountain and river cauldron. However, even if it hit the mountain and river cauldron, the power of the attack could not harm the cauldron at all. The shadow of the divine weapon crumbled. At this moment, the mouth of the mountain and river cauldron was facing downwards. The primordial energy that fell from the mouth of the mountain and river cauldron was circulating. A whirlpool appeared in front of the mouth of the mountain and river cauldron. A heaven-devouring force surged out from the mountain and river cauldron. In an instant, the countless runes that enveloped the entire armory pavilion dimmed. An endless amount of spiritual chi was forcefully devoured by the mountain and river cauldron. The other 8 divine weapon phantoms that were floating in the killing formation also disintegrated within it. This was the power of all returning techniques. It could turn all kinds of spiritual chi in the world into the most primitive spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The mountain and river cauldron could directly devour it. This guy. Seeing this, Gu Fei finally understood why the god's will in the mountain and river cauldron made a move. Although the killing array was terrifying, the power condensed by the killing array was also incomparably strong. The god's will in the mountain and river cauldron was constantly devouring and absorbing this power. Buzz. As the power of the killing array that enveloped the armory pavilion was gradually devoured by the mountain and river cauldron, the mountain and river cauldron began to shake. The figures of the ancient beasts on the cauldron actually showed signs of rushing out from the mountain and river cauldron. The body of the mountain and river cauldron suppressed the spiritual souls of countless ancient beasts. Among them, the strongest spiritual souls were the spiritual souls of the 4 spirits of heaven and earth: the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. The spiritual souls of the 4 spirits of heaven and earth were extremely strong. One should know that before the 4 spirits of heaven and earth were suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron, they were powerful existences that could compete with supremes. After the mountain and river cauldron devoured a large amount of spiritual chi, the spiritual souls of the ancient beasts that were suppressed on the mountain and river cauldron actually showed signs of awakening. Chapter 24:55. Rumble. The entire pavilion was shaking. Countless inscriptions flickered. The energy gathered by the killing formation was forcefully refined by the cauldron of mountain and river. It turned into rays of light that shot into the sky and entered the cauldron. Little guy, pay attention. The seal is about to break. The divine weapon is about to appear. The cauldron's voice resounded in Gu Fei's heart. Yes. At this moment, Gu Fei discovered that there were streaks of divine light rapidly moving within each of the 3 floors of the pavilion. Those were the streaks of light formed by divine weapons. Every ray of light formed by the divine weapons emitted powerful energy ripples. They were all at the saint level. Gu Fei could not help but be moved by the sight of several hundred saint artifacts. It must be known that he had never seen several hundred saint artifacts gathered together before. The ancestral dragon's armory was definitely impressive. The divine weapons collected by the ancestral dragon were all saint rank weapons. Just this pavilion alone was equivalent to a supreme divine treasury. Buzz. At this moment, the brightest ray of light broke through the seal that had become very weak. It rushed out from the 3rd floor and soared into the sky, wanting to fly away. Where do you think you're going? Gu Fei hurriedly acted. He extended his hand and used the heaven-encompassing hand, grabbing the ray of light. He felt an incomparably powerful force coming from the rainbow light in his hand, trying to shake off his palm. However, it wasn't that easy to shake off his palm. Although he could not use the power of a Saint King, Gu Fei's chaotic invincible martial body was strong enough to fight against a divine weapon. Gu Fei exerted force in his hand. Chaotic qi surged out, and the divine weapon in his hand immediately calmed down. It was a scarlet sword that was only the length of a palm. There were runes engraved on the scarlet sword. Those runes seemed to be naturally formed and perfectly fused with the entire scarlet sword. It was as if they were naturally formed. Saint rank flying sword. Gu Fei's heart jolted. This scarlet sword was not simple. It seemed to be a natal flying sword refined by a saint of the way of the sword. Since it had appeared here, that saint of the way of the sword should have died. One had to know that sword cultivators were different from ordinary cultivators. A sword cultivator would only cultivate one intrinsic flying sword their entire life. Most of a sword cultivator's cultivation would be spent on the flying sword. For sword cultivators, the intrinsic flying sword was as important as their lives. As the saying goes, the sword is with the person, and if the sword is broken, the person dies. At this moment, the killing formation had already been devoured by the mountain and river cauldron. Although the killing formation was used to protect the weapon armory, it was also used to suppress the hundreds of saint weapons within the weapon armory. Once the killing array was broken, all the saint weapons in the pavilion would fly away. Just as Gu Fei put away the flying sword, another 3 streaks of light shot out from the armory pavilion in an attempt to escape. Although a saint weapon refined by a saint did not have a god's will, it was still a spiritual object. It could escape on its own and choose its own master. Divine weapons belonged to those who were fated. This was not an empty saying. Of course, in front of Gu Fei, those words were useless. This was because Gu Fei had great power. In front of absolute power, it didn't matter if you were fated or not. You would take it all. Gu Fei used the heaven-shrouding hand. His hand covered the sky and grabbed all the streaks of light formed by the 3 saint weapons. With a grasp of his hand, the 3 saint weapons returned to their original forms. At this time, more saint weapons rushed out of the armory pavilion. Gu Fei took action one after another and quickly collected more than 10 saint weapons. Boom! Right at the instant Gu Fei grabbed a divine spear in his hand. An enormous bang resounded as the entire slaughter formation collapsed with a bang, and it transformed into a torrent of destruction that blasted him flying. Buzz! Countless saint weapons were vibrating. Hundreds of saint weapons turned into rays of light that shot into the sky and rushed in all directions. The powerful saint's aura filled every inch of space in the underwater dragon palace. What? Gu Fei steadied himself. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but be shocked. He was about to use a great technique to collect the scattered saint weapons. However, at this time, the cauldron of mountain and river began to shake. An extremely powerful devouring force came from the mouth of the cauldron. Countless rays of light were sucked into the cauldron of mountain and river. The hundreds of scattered rays of light all flew back and entered the cauldron of mountain and river. This guy, Gu Fei, was surprised and happy. The god in the cauldron had collected all the saint weapons. However, when he thought of the wretched old man's face, he couldn't bring himself to be happy. It seemed to be difficult to obtain the hundreds of saint weapons from the god in the cauldron of mountain and river. The wretched old man would definitely not give the hundreds of saint weapons to him for free. Not bad. The spiritual energy here has helped me recover a little. The cauldron of mountain and river communicated to Gu Fei through telepathy. Gu Fei was speechless. The energy condensed by this killing formation was definitely at the level of a holy venerable, or even a quasi-sovereign. But such a huge amount of energy was only able to slightly restore the mountain and river cauldron. Alright, let's go to the next place. The cauldron of mountain and river floated in the air and moved forward. Gu Fei quickly followed. The cauldron of mountain and river moved quickly in the celestial palace, avoiding all the killing formations. In the end, it arrived at a place filled with spiritual light. Gu Fei was overjoyed to see this. It turned out that there was a huge herb field in front of them. Waves of medicinal fragrance wafted from the herb field. However, he realized that despite the size of the herb field, there were only 7 godly medicines. These 7 godly medicines were all shrouded in spiritual light. Wisps of spiritual qi seeped out from the spiritual medicines. This was a sign that they contained a large amount of spiritual qi. These aren't immortal medicines, Gu Fei mumbled to himself. Young man, you're dreaming. Though the ancestral dragon was strong, he didn't have the ability to gather 7 immortal medicines. He couldn't even get one. The god inside the cauldron said, "Then what level are these godly medicines?" Gu Fei couldn't tell because all 7 godly medicines seemed to contain immortal divinity. This was the embodiment of an immortal law. This surprised him. They can be considered half-immortal medicines. The god inside the cauldron pondered for a while and said, "Actually, if we were to refine these 7 godly medicines into a cauldron of spiritual Dan, they wouldn't be any worse than immortal medicines." The god inside the cauldron said, "Then what are you waiting for?" Chapter 2456. Gu Fei and the deity in the mountain and river cauldron came to the underwater dragon palace, in front of the herb field that the ancestral dragon planted. Such an important place naturally had a strong seal. The herb field was huge, and spiritual energy lingered. Spiritual light flowed inside, and the spiritual energy was almost liquefied. The 7 stalks of godly medicine breathed in and out the spiritual energy in the herb field, just like a human breathing. The spiritual energy in the herb field was rippling, as though 7 peerless experts were breathing in and out the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Gu Fei was shocked. Could it be that the 7 stalks of godly medicine in the herb field had gained sentience and could actually cultivate? What's there to be surprised about? The mountain and river cauldron said in disdain. Quasi-undying godly medicine. Gu Fei was a little moved. Why did he have a feeling that the 7 stalks of godly medicine weren't the spirits of plants, but 7 extremely powerful living beings? Do you want the 7 stalks of godly medicine? The mountain and river cauldron suddenly said to Gu Fei. Isn't that obvious? Gu Fei said impatiently. Who wouldn't want the 7 stalks of godly medicine? They were quasi-undying godly medicine, and the effects of 7 quasi-undying godly medicines were equivalent to 1 immortal godly medicine. It was impossible for Gu Fei not to be jealous of the 7 quasi-undying godly medicines. I mean, you can have all 7 quasi-undying godly medicines. The mountain and river cauldron continued. What? When Gu Fei heard this, he was in disbelief. How could this guy be so kind to actually give all 7 quasi-undying godly medicines to him? Did I hear that right? Gu Fei said in disbelief. Using the idiom cunning to describe the deity in the mountain and river cauldron wasn't an exaggeration at all. Ever since the deity in the mountain and river cauldron had fully recovered, he would definitely not do anything that wasn't beneficial. What's with that expression? Don't think that I can't see it. The deity in the mountain and river cauldron was a little unhappy. I'm a little surprised, haha. Gu Fei laughed and said, Actually, just as Gu Fei thought that the god in the mountain and river cauldron had changed, the god in the mountain and river cauldron hesitantly said, "Actually, I can give you these 7 godly medicines, but you have to do me a small favor." "TSK, I knew you wouldn't be so kind," Gu Fei said as he looked at the mountain and river cauldron with disdain. "What? If you don't want to help me, then these 7 stalks of godly medicine," the deity within the mountain and river cauldron said. This, Gu Fei muttered to himself. These 7 quasi-immortal spirit medicines were really not that easy to obtain. The small favor that the mountain and river cauldron wanted him to help was definitely not a simple matter. If things were that simple, the deity within the mountain and river cauldron would not have asked for his help. Gu Fei knew that the mountain and river cauldron needed his help might be dangerous. However, he could not miss out on these 7 quasi-immortal godly medicines. All right. After pondering for a while, Gu Fei finally couldn't resist the temptation of the 7 quasi-immortal divine medicines and agreed. Haha, good brother. The deity within the mountain and river cauldron was elated. To think that he would even address Gu Fei as a brother. Just how do you want me to help you? You can tell me now, right? Gu Fei said. Since he had already agreed to it, he would naturally not go back on his word. Even if he had to climb a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames, he would still make the trip. To you, it's nothing much, the mountain and river cauldron said mysteriously. Say it. Gu Fei did not have much patience left. Let me possess your body once more. How about it? This is definitely a small matter for you. The deity within the mountain and river cauldron said these words. What? Do you think that you're one of those ownerless souls that can possess anyone's body? Gu Fei was shocked upon hearing these words. You've already agreed to it. You can't go back on your word. The deity within the mountain and river cauldron seemed to be extremely excited. One should know that not everyone's physical body could withstand it. Only a physical body as strong as Gu Fei's could withstand the immense power of the deity's soul. If it were anyone else, even the body of a saint venerate would not be able to withstand the possession of a deity within an extreme saint weapon, let alone a saint king. Who says that I'm going back on my word? I, Gu Fei, will definitely keep my promise. I will never go back on my word. Even though Gu Fei was depressed, there was nothing he could do at this point. Who knew what the deity within the mountain and river cauldron was going to do after possessing his physical body? Good. You're loyal. A true man. The deity emerged from the mountain and river cauldron and patted Gu Fei's shoulder in satisfaction. Can we begin now? Gu Fei glared at the old man and said. After the deity within the mountain and river cauldron devoured the killing power of the ancestral dragon's armory vault, it was able to take on a human form again. However, it had recovered from the impact of the Heaven's Wrath seal. Good. You're loyal. I won't go back on my word. The deity within the mountain and river cauldron puffed out his chest and said. Then, he controlled the mountain and river cauldron and soared into the sky. This time, the old man was extremely cautious. The mountain and river cauldron floated above the medicinal field. Then, streams of primordial chaotic chi turned into lines of runes and imprinted themselves in the air. A terrifying wave of energy that could shake the heavens spread out from the mountain and river cauldron, causing the air below to vibrate. Virum. At the same time the mountain and river cauldron was activated, a layer of golden light appeared in the air above the medicinal field. A gigantic barrier of light covered the entire medicinal field. This barrier of golden light was the seal that the ancestral dragon had laid down. This seal did not have any killing aura. It was merely a protective seal. However, this seal was even harder to break than the killing formation in the ancestral dragon's armory vault. It should be known that the ancestral dragon's weapon depository was filled with divine weapons that were above the saint level. They were hard to destroy, but this quasi-immortal divine medicine was different. Although this divine medicine could absorb the essence of heaven and earth on its own, making it look extremely powerful, it actually didn't cultivate any great techniques. Once the seal was broken, the remaining power would affect the 7 quasi-immortal herbs in the medicinal field, and there was a possibility that the quasi-immortal herbs would be destroyed. This was not something that Gu Fei wanted to see. The deity within the mountain and river cauldron would not allow this to happen. Therefore, the old man was so careful. He first sealed the space before breaking the seal. The deity within the mountain and river cauldron did not use any extreme methods. Instead, he used a coaxing and pestering method to gradually break the seal. Streams of primordial chaotic chi descended from the mountain and river cauldron and enveloped the golden barrier of light. The golden spiritual light was transformed into primordial spiritual energy and was devoured by the mountain and river cauldron. Chapter 24:57. The mountain and river cauldron was using a coaxing and pestering method to break the seal on the ancestral dragon herb field. This method wasn't too intense, and there was no need to worry about destroying the divine herbs in the field. However, using this method to break the seal on the field wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. It required a long process. Rumble, rumble. The void rippled like water. In the sky above the field, millions upon millions of divine lights flashed. Runes were branded into the void, interweaving to form a mysterious Tao diagram. This Tao diagram was shaped like a dragon. As the runes flickered, it looked like a giant golden dragon was circling above the field, exuding a powerful draconic might. The ancient ancestor dragon's methods are indeed astonishing. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this. The seal that the ancient ancestor dragon had placed down was very powerful. This was definitely an ultimate Emperor Realm seal, which showed just how much importance the ancient ancestor dragon had placed on this field. Even the powerful mountain and river cauldron couldn't do anything to the seal on the field in a short period of time. It could only slowly use its primordial chaos energy to wear down the power of the seal and the runes that formed it. This was a battle between a supreme and an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. These two types of power were the most powerful forces in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Since ancient times, the battle between these two forces had never ceased. An ancient paragon could kill an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, but an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator could also kill a paragon. No one could say for sure which of these two forces was stronger. But in general, an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator had a significant advantage in a battle against an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. At this moment, Gu Fei had already sat down cross-legged. A violet gold divine sword floated above his head. Purple gold sword light descended from the sword and enveloped him. Gu Fei was using the power of the purple gold divine sword to protect himself, isolating himself from the mighty extreme divine might and the extreme Emperor Dragon aura. Even someone as powerful as Gu Fei found it difficult to withstand the explosive might and ultimate Emperor Dragon Chi. If it weren't for the protection of the violet gold divine sword, he would have already died. It looks like I won't be able to break the seal in a short period of time, Gu Fei muttered to himself as he observed the scene unfolding in front of him. He wasn't worried, because the primordial chaos energy of the mountain and river cauldron was definitely the nemesis of all seals in the world. The primordial chaos energy was the ancestral energy of heaven and earth, and it could refine all kinds of essence energy. As long as he had enough time, he would be able to refine even the imperial dragon chi. 2 hours had passed, and the endless runes engraved around the medicine field had only dimmed a little, but there were no signs of them collapsing. 4 hours had passed, and the mountain river cauldron had yet to break through the ancestral dragon's extreme emperor seal. However, it was clear that the mountain river cauldron had the upper hand. The mountain and river cauldron's mighty extreme Tao power gradually suppressed the extreme emperor seal. To Gu Fei, this was definitely a good thing. After all, the 7 quasi-immortal medicines in the medicinal field belonged to him. However, in exchange for the 7 quasi-immortal medicines, Gu Fei had to help the mountain and river cauldron obtain an item from the ancestral dragon's sacred palace. Gu Fei instinctively rejected the idea of lending his chaotic, indestructible martial body to the god within the mountain and river cauldron. After all, no one was willing to let someone else control their physical body. However, not everyone could resist the temptation of the 7 quasi-immortal medicines. At least, Gu Fei couldn't resist the temptation. Boom! Just then, a loud noise was heard, startling Gu Fei out of his thoughts. He quickly looked in the direction of the noise and saw a giant silhouette hidden in the darkness outside the dragon palace. It turned out that the giant beast outside was still trying to break through the Dragon Palace's seal. The Dragon Palace's seal was not that easy to break. The giant beast outside had been guarding the Dragon Palace for God knows how long, but it still couldn't enter the Dragon Palace. In this part of the ocean, other than this giant beast, there were no other powerful sea beasts. This giant beast dominated the endless ocean for the sake of this Dragon Palace. However, at this moment, the giant beast realized that someone had entered the Dragon Palace. This shocked and angered it, and it began to attack the Dragon Palace's seal. However, all of this was futile. Even if heaven's wrath did not descend and the giant beast regained the cultivation of a quasi-immortal, it still might not be able to break through the Dragon Palace's seal. Not everyone could cultivate a great technique like the 10,000 techniques return to origin. At this moment, inside the Dragon Palace, above the medicinal field, the mountain and river cauldron was using the Dharma unification technique to whittle away the seal's power. However, to ensure that the 7 quasi-immortal medicines in the medicinal field would not be destroyed, the mountain and river cauldron had to be very careful. This was not as simple as breaking through the Dragon Palace's seal, where one could act recklessly and not worry about destroying anything in the Dragon Palace. Gu Fei no longer cared about the giant beast outside, because he knew that the giant beast outside could not break through the seal and enter the Dragon Palace. However, just as Gu Fei retracted his gaze, he suddenly felt as if something had appeared around him. It was soundless, and there was not even any aura. However, as a martial artist, Gu Fei's reaction to danger was different from ordinary people. He stood up abruptly, and at the same time, a black shadow appeared beside him without a sound. A black claw reached out and grabbed at Gu Fei's head. Bang! Gu Fei threw a punch to the side, and his right fist collided with the black claw. However, what shocked him was that the black claw was not shattered by his punch. One had to know how powerful the chaotic, immortal martial body was. A single punch from Gu Fei could even destroy a divine mountain with a single punch. However, the result of this punch surprised him greatly. A cold wave of energy came from the black claw, and Gu Fei felt a chill on his right arm. His fist was covered with a layer of white frost. Moreover, the colding energy contained a demonic nature. Mysterious and demonic creature. Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. At this moment, the demonic creature hidden in the darkness was forced back by Gu Fei's punch. Gu Fei finally saw the demonic creature's appearance. It was a dragon-shaped demonic creature, and it stood about 10 feet away from him. Its entire body was shrouded in a black aura. However, what shocked him the most was that the demonic creature did not have a single piece of flesh on its body. It was a pitch-black skeleton. There were only 2 faintly discernible blood-red lights in the eye sockets of the skull. Demonic dragon. Gu Fei's eyes lit up. It seemed that this demonic creature had yet to develop intelligence and only knew how to kill. Otherwise, this demonic creature would not have dared to appear here. One had to know that even Gu Fei would not be able to withstand the pressure from the extreme divine aura and the extreme imperial dragon aura. He had to use the power of the purple gold divine sword to protect himself. If he was exposed to these 2 powerful forces, even Gu Fei's soul would be destroyed in an instant. He would be left with only a body and become a walking corpse. Only this kind of demonic creature, which had yet to develop intelligence and only knew how to kill, would be fearless and not have to worry about its soul being destroyed. This was because this demonic creature did not have a soul. Why was this demon dragon able to withstand my punch? Gu Fei found it unbelievable. Even if the demonic bone of this undying demonic creature was comparable to a divine weapon, it would not be able to withstand his punch and remain unscathed. Could it be that this demonic dragon was a wholly venerable or a quasi-supreme when it was alive? Gu Fei guessed. Swoosh. While Gu Fei was still in shock, the undying demonic dragon transformed into a black shadow and pounced at him. A terrifying aura surged, causing Gu Fei to be moved. Very well, then I will kill you again. Gu Fei's battle intent surged. He took a step forward and punched with his right fist at lightning speed. It was a simple and direct punch. Bam! Gu Fei's fist collided with the demonic dragon's sharp claws once again. A loud explosion erupted in the void, and a powerful force spread out. Mystical demonic chi. The demonic dragon's strength shocked Gu Fei. Moreover, the mystical demonic chi that came from the sharp claws was the power of the mystical true demons. The mystical demon ancestors that were born from the mystical chi were extremely powerful. They could freeze 10,000 miles with a single move. Even the stars in the sky could be frozen in an instant. However, after the Great Calamity, the mystical demons no longer existed. Later on, the 3 realms and 6 Daos were sealed by the Extreme Supremes. Pure-blooded demons were basically extinct. However, Gu Fei actually encountered the remains of the mystical demon dragon here. Moreover, the remains of the demonic dragon had turned into a demonic creature that only knew how to kill and had no intelligence. The mystical demon dragon was the royalty of the mystical demons. They were extremely powerful. After clashing head-on with Gu Fei, the undying demon dragon was only pushed back a dozen steps before it pounced at Gu Fei once more. Such demonic creatures had no intelligence, no soul, and were fearless. They attacked based on their instincts. As long as there was any living being that exuded the aura of life from them, they would be the target of these inanimate creatures. Gu Fei's body was brimming with vitality. For these demonic creatures, he was like a beacon in the dark. "Little fella, do you need help?" Suddenly, the voice of the mountain and river cauldron rang out in Gu Fei's mind. "Humph, if I can't even deal with a demonic creature like this, I can forget about making a living in the world of cultivators." Gu Fei deployed the 9 secrets of Immortal Tao. The power of chaos surged out from his hands, and the demonic creature was sent flying, losing its balance. "Die!" Gu Fei threw a punch. The power of chaos burst out from his fist and landed on the head of the demonic dragon. Kacha! The demonic dragon was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Boom! Chapter 2458. Gu Fei struck decisively and sent the skeletal dragon flying with a single punch. However, what shocked Gu Fei was that there were only a few cracks on the dragon's skull. It had not been shattered by his punch. Good heavens! The toughness of the profound demon dragon's bones shocked Gu Fei. One must know that even a saint artifact would shatter if it was struck by his fist. At this moment, the skeletal dragon that had rolled down the wall stood up again. It shook its head and charged at Gu Fei again. This skeletal dragon's entire body was pitch black, and there were traces of black demonic aura swirling around it. An extremely powerful demonic aura emanated from its body. Although the mystical demon dragon had been dead for eons and its flesh had rotted away, its demonic bones were immortal and still contained an extremely powerful demonic nature. Moreover, what gave Gu Fei a headache was that this demonic creature had no intelligence or soul. It could only attack living beings with powerful life auras based on instinct. Swoosh! The black shadow flashed, and the mystical demon dragon once again charged at Gu Fei. Gu Fei reached out and plucked the purple gold divine sword floating above his head. Without hesitation, he swung the sword, and the purple gold divine light flashed across the mystical demon dragon's body. In the next moment, the demonic creature's movement stopped. Then, the pitch-black demonic bones began to turn into dust and dissipate like snow under the sun. Soon, only a pile of black dust was left on the ground. No matter how tough its bones were, it could not withstand a single blow from the purple gold divine sword. With the purple gold divine sword in hand, Gu Fei glanced at the pile of black bone dust before turning around and walking back. The powerful demonic creature was killed just like that. It was not that the demonic creature was weak, but that the purple gold divine sword was too powerful. In this world, there were not many things that could withstand a single blow from the purple gold divine sword. Even if the god within the purple gold divine sword had not awakened, the power of the sword would still be equally terrifying. Rumble! The void trembled. At this time, the void above the medicinal field rippled like water. The mountain and river furnace floated in the skies, sending out vast amounts of primal chaos energy, constantly wearing away at the sealing strength of the medicinal field. The seal around the medicinal field began to grow unstable, and the countless inscriptions began to dim. However, this was still a seal placed down by an ultimate Emperor realm cultivator. Even an existence like the mountain and river cauldron would find it difficult to break through in a short period of time. How much longer? Gu Fei transmitted his voice to the mountain and river cauldron. It will probably take another half a day. I can't say for sure. You have to be careful. There are some ominous things in this divine palace. Don't wander around. The mountain river cauldron reminded. You mean the thing just now? Gu Fei couldn't help looking at the place where the profound demon dragon had been killed. There was only a pile of black bone dust on the ground. It won't be that simple. Just be careful. The cauldron of mountain and river's voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. Then, it stopped talking. Roar. At that moment, a low roar rang out from the depths of the divine palace. At the same time, Gu Fei sensed that a murderous aura had enveloped the entire underwater dragon palace. This wasn't a demonic aura, but a demonic one. How could a peerless evil creature be entrenched in the depths of the divine palace? How could this be? After all, this was the palace of the ancient dragon ancestor. The ancient dragon ancestor was not a demon, nor was it a demon. Very quickly, Gu Fei sensed a powerful demonic aura rapidly moving towards him from the depths of the divine palace. A pair of blood-red eyes appeared within the deathly gray demonic aura. This demonic aura was the same as the profound demon dragon from before. It was completely unafraid of the aura emanating from the mountain and river cauldron as it closed in on Gu Fei. What is this thing now? Gu Fei's eyes narrowed when he saw the figure within the demonic aura. He couldn't sense any spiritual fluctuations from this demonic aura. There wasn't even the slightest spiritual fluctuation. This was enough to prove that this demonic aura was the same as the profound demon dragon from before. It was an evil creature without a soul. It was a walking corpse. Of course, even though this walking corpse didn't have a soul, that was the scariest thing about it. Without a soul, it couldn't think. It only knew how to kill and use the blood of others as nourishment to strengthen itself. Living beings with blood and chi were all prey for this creature. Moreover, this creature didn't know what fear was. Even if an extreme supreme expert came personally, this soulless creature wouldn't be afraid. It would still attack the extreme supreme expert. Gu Fei realized that this was a humanoid creature. However, this creature's body was covered in a layer of red scales. Both of its hands had black claws that were incomparably sharp and had a dark glow circulating around them. This demonic creature wasn't standing on the ground. Instead, it was hovering in the air. Its feet were about a foot away from the ground. Swoosh! Suddenly, the demonic aura surged. Without any warning, the demonic creature attacked. In an instant, it floated in front of Gu Fei and grabbed at Gu Fei with its sharp claws. You're already so fierce even before developing intelligence. Gu Fei was taken aback. He then swung the violet gold divine sword in his hand. With a flash of sword light, the demonic creature's arms fell off. They were severed by the violet gold divine sword. Roar! The demonic creature roared and continued to pounce at Gu Fei. It opened its mouth and bit at Gu Fei's neck. Humph! Gu Fei's figure flashed. The violet gold divine sword in his hand turned into a dazzling sword light. It slashed through the air, and the demonic creature's head flew into the air. At this moment, the murderous aura within the violet gold divine sword began to show its might. This unknown demonic creature turned into dust just like the serene demon dragon and dissipated into the air. The murderous power contained within the violet gold divine sword was extremely terrifying. It was a powerful force that could annihilate all vitality and obliterate all forms. As long as one was struck by the violet gold divine sword, even a quasi-supreme being would die. With the sword in hand, Gu Fei didn't care what kind of demonic creature it was. He killed them all with one strike. Can't even withstand a single blow. Gu Fei held the divine sword in his hand and looked into the depths of the divine palace. A powerful wave of blood chi emanated from his body. He was using himself as a guide to attract the undying demonic creatures and demonic creatures that were wandering in the divine palace, and then killed them one by one. Brat, stop boasting. If you didn't have the sword of the way in your hand, You wouldn't have been able to kill these things so easily. The mountain and river cauldron's voice suddenly sounded in Gu Fei's mind. Gu Fei didn't say anything. The mountain and river cauldron was right. With his current cultivation and battle prowess, it wouldn't have been easy for him to kill that demonic creature just now. Very soon, a few more powerful baleful auras appeared, and Gu Fei immediately sensed them. What's going on? Why are there so many demonic creatures in the ancestral dragon palace? Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little incredulous. Those demonic creatures were all powerful cultivators when they were alive, but why would their corpses appear here? The owner of this palace has a very special hobby, the mountain and river cauldron said. What hobby? Gu Fei was very curious. Actually, it's nothing much. The ancestral dragon seems to like to freeze the enemies it killed and turn them into ice sculptures before storing them. The mountain and river cauldron explained. What? Hearing this, Gu Fei was shocked. The ancient ancestral dragon actually had such a hobby. No wonder there were so many powerful demonic creatures in this dragon palace. Over the years, the corpses of the powerful ancient creatures that were frozen by the ancient ancestral dragon had mutated and turned into demonic creatures. Just as Gu Fei was in shock, another demonic creature surrounded by demonic aura walked out from the opposite street. It was a demonic snake. This demonic snake wasn't made of bones. Its scales were black and shiny, and its body was as thick as a water bucket. It was 7 or 8 feet long and emitted a powerful demonic aura. This demonic snake's eyeballs were black. Such demonic creatures couldn't actually see and could only rely on Gu Fei's qi and blood to determine the direction. Only living creatures with qi and blood flowing in their bodies were the targets of such demonic creatures. Swoosh! The demonic snake charged straight at Gu Fei like a huge arrow. It was so fast that even Gu Fei was shocked. Gu Fei didn't move. He only held the purple gold divine sword vertically in front of him. On the purple gold divine sword, there was purple light flowing. The demonic snake charged over and opened its bloody mouth, biting at Gu Fei. It completely ignored the purple gold divine sword in front of Gu Fei. Swoosh! The demonic snake charged over but was split into two by the purple gold divine sword in front of Gu Fei. The two halves of the snake's body quickly turned into dust. Roar! Just as Gu Fei effortlessly slashed the demonic snake, a roar came from the shadows of a nearby house. Then, Gu Fei saw a human-shaped demonic creature walk out from the shadows. When Gu Fei saw this demonic creature, he couldn't help but be shocked. This demonic creature was an ape with golden fur all over its body. The golden ape was like a ball of golden flames, approaching Gu Fei step by step. A powerful battle intent emanated from its body. How is this possible? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. Could this battle intent be an innate instinct? He had already figured out the origin of this golden ape. This ape was actually a golden spiritual ape. The golden spiritual ape was one of the most powerful divine beasts in the world. He didn't expect the owner of this place to have killed a golden spiritual ape. This was enough to shock the 3 realms. The ancient ancestral dragon dared to kill a golden spiritual ape. This was enough to show how powerful and domineering the ancestral dragon was. So what if it was a golden spiritual ape? However, at this time, Gu Fei was in a bit of a dilemma. One must know that he was brothers with the monkey in the heaven realm. Although this golden spiritual ape had become a demonic creature, it was still a golden spiritual ape. If he killed the evil spirit that the golden spirit ape had transformed into, he would be letting down the monkey in the heavenly realm. Chapter 2459. The appearance of the golden spiritual ape in the dragon palace at the bottom of the sea shocked Gu Fei. One had to know that there were only a few golden spiritual apes that had appeared since ancient times. While Gu Fei was in shock, the golden spiritual ape had already attacked him. Whoosh! The golden spiritual ape punched out. The golden fist moved quickly in the void, oppressing the air and causing an explosion in the void. Bang! Gu Fei directly punched out. His right fist was covered with a layer of chaotic aura. There were chaotic Tao patterns on it. The 2 fists collided in an instant. It was like two pieces of immortal divine iron colliding. A powerful force broke out. Gu Fei couldn't help but step back. His right fist was slightly shaking. He was extremely shocked. The power of the opponent's punch was strong enough to force him back. He was very clear about the strength of his martial body. The golden spiritual ape was also shaken by Gu Fei's punch and took 5 or 6 steps back. He quickly stabilized his body. Roar. The golden spiritual ape seemed to be stimulated by something. It suddenly roared to the sky. Its whole body was covered with a vast murderous aura. The gray murderous aura swept in all directions from the golden spiritual ape's body. The figure of the golden spiritual ape loomed in the murderous aura. An extremely powerful wave of power erupted from the dead body. How is this possible? Gu Fei was very surprised. The origin power of the golden spiritual ape race in the golden spiritual ape's body didn't seem to disappear. This was unbelievable. One had to know that this golden spiritual ape had been dead for countless years. It became a trophy of the ancient ancestral dragon and was frozen and stored. This race is really heaven-defying. The power of their bloodline didn't dissipate. Even after dying for countless years, their fighting spirit is still unextinguished. Gu Fei muttered to himself. This golden spiritual ape was very different from the devilish qi and evil qi that he had killed before. Although it had turned into evil qi, it still retained a trace of remnant consciousness. Swoosh. At this moment, the golden spiritual ape made its move again. It stretched out its hand, and endless murderous aura condensed in its hand. A deathly gray hand appeared in the void and grabbed at Gu Fei. The golden spirit ape only had a trace of remnant consciousness. It was an evil creature without a soul, so it didn't fear the aura of the mountain and river cauldron at all. Very good. Today, I want to see if the golden spirit ape's body is stronger or if my martial body is stronger. As Gu Fei spoke, he put away the purple gold divine sword. He only used the sword's power to protect himself, isolating himself from the extreme aura of the outside world. Then, he soared into the sky and dodged the golden spiritual ape's attack. Big hand covers the sky. Gu Fei growled and struck out with the heaven-covering palm. A huge chaotic palm appeared in the void and slammed towards the golden spiritual ape below. Rumble. The void shook, and above the chaotic giant hand, there were some golden lights flashing. That was the power of the god ancestor that Gu Fei had refined into his body. It was the immortal divinity. Boom. The golden spiritual ape didn't dodge and punched upwards. It was simple and direct. The power of the golden spiritual ape's bloodline was stimulated, and the power that erupted from the golden fist suddenly doubled. This was a big collision, and the two powerful forces collided again. The terrible power fluctuations spread out, and a dark space crack appeared in the void. It was reasonable to say that this was the ancient ancestral dragon's palace, and the space here was extremely stable. However, under the impact of the power of Gu Fei and the golden spiritual ape, it was still shaken. Good. The golden spiritual ape really deserves its reputation. Gu Fei's eyes lit up. The power of the golden spiritual ape had completely aroused his fighting spirit. Only such a powerful opponent could make him have the desire to fight. The chaotic giant hand dissipated, and the golden spiritual ape resisted Gu Fei's heaven-covering palm. At this time, Gu Fei, like a rock, swooped down from the sky, approached the golden spiritual ape in an instant, and then punched with the strongest power. At the moment when the fist was punched, there was a burst of sound coming from Gu Fei's body. His muscles and bones shook, and the power of the chaotic immortal martial body burst out. This was the power of the martial body. The void was shaking, and ripples spread from Gu Fei's fist. The powerful power was enough to penetrate the void between heaven and earth, but here, the void was extremely stable. Even Gu Fei couldn't punch through the void. Bang! The golden spiritual ape raised its fist to meet Gu Fei's attack head-on. This time, the golden spiritual ape was pushed back, but Gu Fei's upper body shook a little, but he didn't take a step back. The power of the chaotic immortal martial body forced the golden spiritual ape to retreat. However, Gu Fei wasn't happy because of this, because the golden spiritual ape had been dead for countless years. Even if the origin power in its body hadn't completely dissipated, it couldn't be compared to the golden spiritual ape in its heyday. If the golden spiritual ape was in its heyday, Gu Fei didn't have the confidence to suppress it. The two figures moved quickly, and powerful power continued to erupt. As the battle continued, the origin power in the golden spiritual ape's body began to awaken. The power that erupted from the golden spiritual ape's body became stronger and stronger, which made Gu Fei feel great pressure. Of course, such pressure was exactly what he needed. Is this brat trying to use this little monkey's hand to train himself? The god in the mountain and river cauldron muttered to himself. The battle between Gu Fei and the golden spiritual ape attracted the attention of the god in the mountain and river cauldron. Boom! After exchanging over 1,000 blows, Gu Fei's punch landed on the golden spirit ape's shoulder. The golden spirit ape was sent flying, and its entire left shoulder exploded. Gu Fei's body was also left with 5 scratches from the ape's sharp claws. The 5 scratches were so deep that his bones could be seen. Haha, that was fun. Gu Fei stared at the golden spiritual ape that was sent flying, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. The scratches on his body quickly healed, and his flesh and blood quickly regenerated. The golden spiritual ape's left shoulder was also regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. The flesh and bones that had exploded were quickly regenerating. In just a few breaths, the golden spiritual ape's shoulder had completely recovered. Roar! The golden spirit ape roared at the sky, its voice spreading far and wide. Although it only had a trace of undying will left, it was still the most powerful battle ape of all time. Being forced back by someone made the golden spirit ape go crazy. Even if it only had a trace of remnant consciousness left, the golden spiritual ape still had an unyielding fighting spirit. Rumble. The sound of wind and thunder came from the golden spiritual ape's body. The origin power of the golden spiritual ape's bloodline erupted, and a powerful blood fluctuation began to appear. The evil power was actually forced out by the golden spiritual ape's power. Rays of deathly gray evil light rushed out of the golden spiritual ape's body. The golden spiritual ape's body was gradually recovering, and a trace of life fluctuation was emitted from its body. How is this possible? This is really heaven-defying. Is this a sign of reversing life and death? Chapter 2460. In the underwater palace, the mountain and river cauldron was still running the primordial chaos force to erase the seal of the medicine field. The countless runes that formed the seal had become extremely dim. At this time, the battle between Gu Fei and the golden spiritual ape had also reached a white-hot stage. It was extremely fierce. Rumble. Rays of bright golden light rushed out of the golden spiritual ape's body. It was actually transforming. The evil chi on its body was dispelled by the recovery of the origin power in its body, and a trace of vitality was restored. How is this possible? Gu Fei was shocked to the extreme. This golden spiritual ape was just a corpse, but it had reversed life and death, and a trace of vitality appeared in its body. This was going against the natural order of things. Were the golden spiritual apes really so abnormal that they could be resurrected even if they were dead? Seeing this scene, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. One had to know that death was death. It was not impossible to be reborn against the natural order of things. However, he had never seen such a reversal of life and death like this golden spiritual ape. It should be a different kind of rebirth. Even if it was successfully reborn, this golden spiritual ape would not be the original golden spiritual ape. Boom! The origin power in the golden spiritual ape's body erupted, and the void was shaking. Its body was shining with golden light, like a golden god of war, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Gu Fei was shocked. It was hard to imagine how powerful this golden spiritual ape was in its heyday. Swish! The golden spiritual ape's fighting spirit was infinite, and its figure suddenly disappeared. At that moment, Gu Fei sensed it and raised his hand to slap upward. Bang! A golden fist directly punched out of the void without warning, colliding with Gu Fei's palm. Tap, tap. Gu Fei couldn't help but take 2 steps back. At this time, a golden ape fell out of the void, somersaulted in the air, and landed in front of Gu Fei. At the moment when the golden spiritual ape's feet landed, Gu Fei only saw a golden light flashing in front of him, and a golden claw had already grabbed his chest. So fast, Gu Fei didn't think much and directly raised his hand to block it. Bang! The two forces collided again. Gu Fei only felt a strong force passing through his arm, causing him to involuntarily take 3 steps back. Good Lord! Gu Fei's heart trembled. Compared to before, this golden spirit ape's speed and strength had increased by several times. Every movement it made contained great might. The physique of the golden spiritual ape was also extremely strong, not inferior to that of a martial body. A light flashed in Gu Fei's eyes. It seems that I have to be more serious, Gu Fei muttered to himself. After that, a series of explosions rang out from his body. The power of his indestructible primal chaos martial body was unleashed as a surge of primal chaos chi circulated around his body. At this time, the golden spirit ape had already closed in again. The powerful pressure from its body caused the surrounding void to tremble. The golden spiritual ape was not really resurrected. A wisp of vitality in its body was actually emitted by the origin power in its body. The golden spiritual ape had no soul and was just a walking corpse. All that was left was an inextinguishable fighting spirit. It was this inextinguishable fighting spirit that led the golden spiritual ape to fight with Gu Fei. Eat my fist. Gu Fei didn't use any big skills. He directly used the simplest combat skills to fight the golden spiritual ape. A powerful wave of power spread from his fist. This was the purest power of a martial body. Boom! The golden spiritual ape's attack was also very direct. The two fists collided again. This time, Gu Fei was not forced back. He was as still as a mountain. The golden spiritual ape's body shook, and it took a step back. Again, Gu Fei's fighting spirit erupted. His long hair danced, and his eyes were like cold stars. He took a step forward and punched the golden spiritual ape again. An even more powerful force erupted from his fist. Roar! The golden spiritual ape seemed to feel the strong pressure from Gu Fei. It roared instinctively and then raised its fist to meet the attack. A dazzling divine light bloomed on its golden fist. Boom! The two fists collided fiercely, and a loud noise broke out. The surrounding void was instantly shaken, and black spatial cracks appeared. The golden spiritual ape's body was shaking. Then, it took 5 steps back. With each step, the entire ground shook. It was as if a golden mountain was moving. What a strong physique! Gu Fei was shocked to see that the golden spiritual ape was only forced back 5 steps by his punch. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire it. The golden spiritual ape was known to have the strongest combat body. This was not a lie. Again, Gu Fei roared, and his aura rose again. He was like an ancient god of war descending. He strode forward and punched again. This time, the golden spiritual ape was shaken away. Cracks appeared on its body, which seemed to be made of immortal gold, as if it would collapse at any time. Gu Fei hadn't used the Ascension secret technique, but at this time, the power of his chaotic immortal martial body had fully erupted. This power was so powerful that it was invincible among martial artists of the same level. It could defeat all powerful opponents of the same level. Although the golden spiritual ape was extremely powerful when it was alive and could compete with the ancient ancestral dragon, the power of the golden spiritual ape's origin power was now less than 1% of its peak. Just as Gu Fei was about to completely suppress the golden spiritual ape, a powerful wave suddenly spread from the medicinal field. Immediately afterward, Gu Fei flew up and was shaken away by the spreading wave of power. The golden spiritual ape was no exception. In the face of this powerful wave, even someone as strong as Gu Fei flew away like a withered leaf in the wind. Rumble! The entire underwater dragon palace began to shake. Beams of bright divine light shot up into the sky from the herb field and escaped in all directions. Countless runes dissipated in the void like fireworks. After emitting a bright light, they completely disappeared in the void of heaven and earth. Haha, I finally succeeded. I'm a genius. The voice of the mountain and river cauldron sounded in Gu Fei's heart. Chapter 2461. The seal on the medicinal field was broken. Boundless spiritual light rushed out in all directions like divine rainbows, emitting a dazzling brilliance that illuminated the entire world. The seal of the undersea dragon palace sealed the entire dragon palace. When the countless spiritual light rushed into the sky and collided with the seal, it was all integrated into the seal. Buzz. The seal of the dragon palace was shaking. After swallowing this huge force, the seal that enveloped the entire undersea dragon palace became even stronger. At this moment, Gu Fei was sent flying thousands of feet away by the powerful force when the seal collapsed. Bang! He hit a pavilion. The force of the collision was so great that it made Gu Fei dizzy. In the next moment, he fell from the sky and smashed into the ice-cold ground. However, the pavilion that he crashed into didn't even shake, nor was it damaged in the slightest. The entire undersea dragon palace was built by the ancient ancestral dragon and was extremely strong. With the protection of the ancestral dragon's power, even a quasi-supreme existence would not be able to damage it. Like Gu Fei, the golden spiritual ape, who was sent flying by the powerful force when the seal collapsed, also hit a building and rolled on the ground. The golden spiritual ape's body was extremely strong. After landing, it immediately stood up and rushed to where Gu Fei was. A golden figure was moving quickly in the divine palace. Swoosh! The golden spiritual ape stepped on a pavilion, and its whole body soared into the sky. Then, it pounced on Gu Fei on the street in front of it. Like a golden divine fire falling from the sky, a powerful and terrifying force came down from the sky. Gu Fei could not help but be moved. Preposterous. I'm done playing. Gu Fei abruptly raised his head and looked at the golden spirit ape that was fiercely pouncing towards him. His eyes shot out two extremely sharp beams of light. Ascend! Gu Fei roared and no longer held back. He directly used the Ascend secret skill. His power instantly soared several times, and a violent force that was strong enough to shake the world burst out from his right arm. At the moment when this force broke out, the sleeve on Gu Fei's right arm was instantly shattered into thousands of pieces. Boom! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei threw out a powerful punch. The muscles on his entire arm trembled and bulged, giving off a feeling of being filled with power. The power of this punch was too strong. The golden spiritual ape that was swooping down from the sky was directly shaken by Gu Fei's punch, and there was a sound of bones breaking. Roar! The gold spirit ape roared indignantly. It was blown high up in the sky, almost hitting the seal of the dragon palace. A golden divine light expanded from its chest. Its broken bones were healing quickly. So many cracks on its body were disappearing at a speed that naked eyes could observe. This was the origin power of the golden spiritual ape. The golden divine light spread on the golden spiritual ape's body like a wave, and wherever it passed, the injured body would be healed in an instant. A powerful wave of energy spread out from the golden spirit ape's chest. The golden spiritual ape floated high in the sky, and the golden light in its eyes was almost tangible. It stared at Gu Fei below, and it was ready to attack Gu Fei at any time. At this time, Gu Fei's body rose from the ground, and his whole body was surrounded by chaotic qi. In the chaotic qi, there was a little bit of inconspicuous golden light. He used the Ascension secret skill, and the power of his martial body soared to a level that made experts of the same level despair. In such a state, he was confident that he could suppress the golden spiritual ape. However, at this time, a big cauldron flew over and directly took the golden spiritual ape in the sky into the big cauldron. The golden spiritual ape, which was so powerful that even Gu Fei had to take it seriously, did not even have the power to resist. It was absorbed and sealed by the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei could not help but be stunned when he saw this scene. Brat, you still have time to play around. Go and collect your 7 divine medicines. The voice of the mountain and river cauldron sounded in Gu Fei's heart. What? At this time, Gu Fei sensed an extremely powerful force coming from the depths of the divine palace. This force made his heart palpitate, and he could not think of resisting at all. An unimaginably powerful existence was alarmed. Even the mountain and river cauldron had to pay attention to that force and did not dare to neglect it. At this time, Gu Fei had already rushed to the medicine field and directly rushed into the medicine field. In the medicine field, he saw that the 7 quasi-immortal herbs were frantically devouring the essence in the medicine field. The thick spiritual qi in the medicine field gathered towards the 7 quasi-immortal herbs like 7 bottomless black holes, dividing the entire spiritual qi in the medicine field. Soon, the huge amount of spiritual qi in the medicine field, which was almost liquefied, was completely devoured by the 7 quasi-immortal herbs. Seeing this, Gu Fei was not surprised, but happy. These 7 quasi-immortal herbs were really magical. After the 7 quasi-immortal herbs devoured a huge amount of spiritual qi, the divine light emitted from the quasi-immortal herbs became even brighter, like 7 jumping flames. Rumble. Gu Fei's hands moved in front of him, and he directly opened his inner world. Then, he took the 7 quasi-immortal herbs into his inner world. After Gu Fei took the 7 quasi-immortal herbs, the force from the mountain and river cauldron that suppressed the entire medicine field finally retreated. If the medicine field had not been suppressed, how could Gu Fei have obtained the 7 quasi-immortal herbs? The herbs had spirituality, and they would escape on their own. It was very difficult to catch them. It was difficult for these quasi-immortal herbs to cultivate great divine powers, master all kinds of great techniques, and even develop complete spirituality. However, these spirits were very sensitive to the dangers around them. As soon as they sensed a threat, they would immediately escape. After the 7 quasi-immortal herbs entered the inner world where Gu Fei's dantian was, they immediately flew into the depths of this inner world and took root next to the heavenly spring of life. As for the biggest heavenly spring of life in this inner world, the 7 quasi-immortal herbs did not dare to go near it, because it was the territory of the immortal dragon herb. The immortal dragon herb was a real immortal herb. When the 7 quasi-immortal herbs sensed the immortal dragon herb's aura, they did not dare to go near the heavenly spring of life. Just as Gu Fei took the 7 quasi-immortal herbs, a huge figure stood up in the depths of the palace. A shocking evil qi spread from the figure, filling every inch of the void. That is, Chapter 2462. A powerful enemy had appeared, and the aura of an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator surged forth. Gu Fei felt like he was suffocating, as if all the air around him had been sucked dry in an instant. He could not breathe. Even though he had activated the power of the purple gold divine sword to protect himself, he was still affected by the powerful aura emanating from the gigantic figure. A gigantic dragon silhouette had appeared in the sky above the pavilions. The dragon's aura emanating from the dragon was unimaginably powerful. It was the aura of an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Could the ancient ancestral dragon still be alive? Gu Fei suddenly thought of this possibility and couldn't help being startled by his own thoughts. It had to be known that if the ancestral dragon really wasn't dead and was hiding in the underwater dragon palace, it was definitely not a good thing for him. Don't worry. That unlucky guy died a long time ago. However, there were some things that did not fall into his hands when he died, the mountain river cauldron said. It knew many great secrets of the world. The fall of the ancestral dragon was a huge event that shook the entire world of cultivation. The ancient ancestral dragon was so powerful that it could even kill an adult golden spiritual ape. It was an overlord that ruled over a vast territory. It would be strange if an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator like this wasn't killed by someone else. You're here for those things. Gu Fei came to a realization. There was no way the mountain river cauldron would spend so much effort to enter the dragon palace. There must be something here that would make it jealous. Isn't that obvious? The mountain river cauldron said impatiently. The dragon's aura in front of them was vast and mighty. The faint roar of a dragon could be heard in the sky. The gigantic dragon's silhouette circled in the sky, as if the real ancestral dragon had descended. Looks like that guy still has something up his sleeve. This is going to be troublesome, the mountain river cauldron said. It seemed like it had not expected something like this to happen. After all, anyone who could kill the ancient ancestral dragon was a powerful figure. Of course, the ancient ancestral dragon was no pushover either. Should we continue? Gu Fei transmitted his voice to the mountain river cauldron. Why not? We're already here. Even if we want to retreat now, we'll have to see if the other party agrees. The mountain river cauldron said. Gu Fei was shocked to hear this. It seemed that this matter was not simple. However, with his current cultivation and knowledge, he could not see anything. Without reaching that level, it would be difficult to truly understand the power and terror of that level. Brat, hurry up and come in. It's time for you to show your strength. The voice of the mountain and river cauldron was extremely solemn. Gu Fei felt a little helpless. Of course, he knew what the other party was talking about. Without hesitation, he flew up into the sky and landed on the mountain and river cauldron. He directly entered the mountain river cauldron. Then, a wretched little old man appeared in front of him and gave him an intimate hug. Damn it! Hugging this wretched little old man, Gu Fei's entire body was covered with a layer of goosebumps, and he almost couldn't resist punching this little old man away. Then, the wretched little old man's silhouette gradually faded and disappeared into Gu Fei's body. In the next moment, Gu Fei's vision went black and he fell into a deep sleep. At the same time, Gu Fei's martial physique was taken over by the god inside the mountain and river cauldron. It's time to meet that guy, Gu Fei mumbled to himself. Right now, he was taken over by the god inside the mountain and river cauldron. His soul was in a deep sleep and was protected by the god inside the mountain and river cauldron. His martial physique was incomparably strong. After being refined with the ancestral god's immortal divinity, it could be said to be indestructible. However, his soul was much weaker than his martial physique. A fight between two supremes wasn't something Gu Fei's soul could handle. Only by using this method could the mountain and river cauldron's power be unleashed to its limit. Gu Fei dashed out of the mountain and river cauldron. Then, the mountain and river cauldron shrunk and landed on his right palm. Holding onto the mountain and river cauldron, he stepped into the depths of the dragon palace. The peerless dragon essence is mine. A playful smile appeared on Gu Fei's face. He was indeed Gu Fei, but his soul was that of the god inside the mountain and river cauldron. He immediately took out the mountain and river cauldron. The mouth of the mountain and river cauldron immediately emitted a heaven-devouring power. The dragon chi in the surroundings immediately gathered towards the mouth of the mountain and river cauldron. Roar! Just as the mountain and river cauldron was devouring the dragon chi in the surroundings, an angry roar rang out from one of the pavilions below. An ultimate emperor-level draconic might erupted. Boom! There was a loud explosion as the entire pavilion beneath the mountain and river cauldron exploded. Then, a golden dragon emitted an unparalleled draconic might as it shot into the sky and charged towards the mountain and river cauldron. The golden dragon was extremely powerful. As the power of the ultimate emperor level erupted, the entire underwater dragon palace shook violently. The huge beast outside the dragon palace had long since escaped to who knew where. Countless golden runes appeared on the golden dragon's body. In the dragon's mouth, there was a dragon pearl that shone brightly. Boom! The golden dragon slammed into the mountain and river cauldron. Countless runes were destroyed, and the mountain and river cauldron was actually sent flying hundreds of meters away. One could imagine how powerful that collision had been. What's going on? That unlucky fellow's dragon chi doesn't seem to have been damaged at all. How strange. The god within the mountain and river cauldron muttered. It was controlling Gu Fei's chaotic, indestructible martial body and had retreated far away. When it sensed the ultimate emperor-level power emanating from the golden dragon, it couldn't help but be surprised. The dragon chi was actually undamaged. How had the ancient ancestor dragon managed to do that? The god within the mountain and river cauldron couldn't understand. After all, the ancient ancestor dragon had been slain by an ancient figure. Could it be that the ancient figure had also wanted the dragon chi, which was why he hadn't destroyed it? The god within the mountain and river cauldron thought about it for a long time, and it seemed that this was the only possible explanation. The ancestor dragon's dragon chi was extremely valuable. Even the mountain and river cauldron coveted it. It was much better than the corpse of the ancestor god that Gu Fei had obtained from the setting sun demon lair. If the mountain and river cauldron could obtain the ancestor dragon's dragon chi, it would be able to completely recover. Suppress. The god within the mountain and river cauldron immediately sent the cauldron flying towards the golden dragon. A powerful sealing force began to emanate from the cauldron. Bang! The golden dragon swung its tail, slamming it against the mountain and river cauldron in an attempt to send it flying. This time, however, the mountain and river cauldron only trembled slightly. Unlike before, it wasn't sent flying by the golden dragon. Instead, the golden dragon's movements seemed to slow down. Buzz!